those jams, though. Hey, 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 everybody. How's it going? Good to see you, Ivy Blade. Teutonic Knight. There's a name that rings a bell. The Teutonic Knight was one of my favorite units in Age of Empires 2. Way, way long ago. Alright, appreciate the jams, but you gotta go now. It's stream time. Thank you, Sir Chris Christodolo, for the incredible, incredible jams. It's time for some more Roguebook. As soon as it updates in some fashion. Not sure if we've got a content patch, a bug fix patch, or what's happening here, but I'm happy it is. How's it going, Byronium, Refined Bean, Travi, Chicken Man, Phil, Marl Dog. During the pre-roll there, Bragalol, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months of support. Always happy to see folks coming back for that second round. Alright, here's our Roguebook. Hey, yeah, Trini Man. Avox Silence, thank you so much for that. 12 months and that very generous tier 2 sub. One whole heckin' year. Here's to many more. Are there, so how many characters are in this game, anyway? Okay, 4? Question mark? I've seen 4, so it's at least 4, but I think it's only 4. Brainfist says, you finally got your defect A20 hard kill last night. You had 3 question marks in a row in Act 1 that were all rare chests. Wow, that's quite a spectacular, random outcome there. Glad I was able to pull you through. Congrats. That's even a singular defect A20 hard kill is a very, very tough challenge. So it's a huge accomplishment to do for the first time. Hey, thanks, Chun Malau. I think I kind of made it look easy, but that did feel. Having not actually seen the meta progression that you can invest in, I do feel like... Yeah, I've not unlocked embellishments yet. I do feel like without any embellishments, that probably does seem like a bit of a feat. Because there's quite a bit to unlock and uncover in this game, which is what I'm hoping to do today in the world of the Roguebook. Gotta say, I've really been enjoying the very chill and relaxed atmosphere of this game. With the art style and soundtrack are really nice to just listen to. There's no like rattling chains or taunted screams in the background, tormented screams. So it's good. It's like a good vibe, yeah. So that's amazing, Tom. So Tom says, they found out why I didn't get any medi progression after the first run, because we won on the first try. The Ascension unlocking tutorial overwrote the meta progression tutorial unlock thing. So I broke it by winning, which is just appropriate, really. Ziz! If you've got a lot of work to do, does that make you busy vivification? How you doing today? Alright, that's the very definition of a Baylor problem. Oops, I won so hard. The game literally did not even contemplate the possibility that this would have happened, and therefore has broken. I see you gathered some pages on your journey from the Roguebook. We can use them to rewrite the story to our advantage. We will use this book's own power against it. Well, you know what they say. Outside of a dog, a book is a man's best friend. Inside of a dog, it's too hard to read. Too dark to read. Embellishments. These are embellishments to your story in the Roguebook. You can use the pages you found so far to add permanent upgrades to your heroes. Yes, we know how to get more. Just win, forehead. Find an additional gemstone. Place an extra visible treasure in each chapter. Oh, hide additional hearts, so, like, you'll get more items and more money. Character-specific unlocks and embellishments. Very interesting. I have to imagine that playing with this tree fully unlocked is quite a bit easier than playing without. Oh, that's bizarre, Fele. I have to go back to Grifflands. We gotta do a max difficulty run. Then, like, so many other interesting things happen at the same time. What is there to do? So can I just directly... No, you have to get Extra Treasure 1 to do anything else. I'm immediately drawn to the idea of running a maximum... Are you able to undo or reset? Probably not, right? I can guarantee you, if it's not currently a feature in this game, the ability to respec or reallocate points on this tree is going to be one of the most highly demanded features. Hey there, Sanguine Penguin. This game looks like a joy. From my initial reactions. Okay, so these do have different prices. Click to inscribe. Would like an additional 2 treasures, please. Reveal the final boss each time you enter the Roguebook. That's an unlock. That's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. So the knowledge of which final boss you're up against matters quite a bit. In Slay the Spire and Monster Train, for example, each of the final bosses have fairly different card countering mechanics. And both of those games give you that knowledge in advance of who you're fighting so that you have some ability to counterplay against this. It looks like Roguebook has that as an actual progression mechanic, which is very fascinating. Makes sense to me, honestly. It's pretty early on, and by the time you get to this, like, before you have the pages to unlock this, you probably don't even have the game knowledge of what the bosses do to make use of it. Ninth Demon suggesting the left tree. Alchemist. Transform one of your cards into a powerful new card. Additional talent tier. Ooh, that does sound good. Does sound really good. I definitely want a gemstone, though. Grab that. What's here? Choose from an additional gem when finding one. That's only, yeah, 5 pages to reveal the final boss. In a random gem at the start of each run. Ooh. So I was thinking as we were going through the first couple runs that gems seemed like they were really rare and hard to get. Looks like this tree changes that quite a bit. Hide, I think, meaning put it somewhere on the map, and you have to find it. Given the way the map exploration works in Roguebook, you're not always able to look at all of the stuff on the map each time that you enter a floor. You have to find it with your ink. Now, choose from extra gem. Higher chance to find cards with extra sockets. In a random gem. Increase the chance that gems are higher rarity. Oh man, yeah. This is full Hades stuff. I want a bonus gem at the start of the run, please. I want to invest in gems. Those sound fun. Later talents are not stronger. Interesting. Noted. Wait. WASD moves the map around. It didn't do that yesterday. They patched that? Cool. That's very convenient. If a little confusing. I wanted to try Seifer plus Sirocco here.
I'm getting bored. Good choice.
Take the two guys with the highest hit point pool. And bring Tanky Man and Wolf Guy. I want to get a win with Wolf Guy. Alright, so we have all of our embellishments. We will enter the gate! Mandatory. So I was playing with fairy hunting before. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Because we did not actually win our fairy hunting run. That means there will be additional fairies on each map floor, but we will have to pay extra at all stores.
You're not so bad after all. Brother, you're all bad.
So we start with a Aurora Ruby that we can put into any of our cards. Be reasonable on the Absorb Soul from... what's his man's? But I think we'll wait for... a card to show up. We might even... I mean, we get a starting Vault of Wisdom. Let's see if there's any good candidates for that right here. But first, what do you have?
This is a waste of time. Fine. I'll take your shares in.
See, an extra card when drafting from Vaults of Wisdom. That's kind of cool. Lava Shield does 3 damage back. Some relatively cheap gems. I think buying gems is also something that I didn't consider enough the last time I played this. Yeah, happy to give a quick recap, Bionel. Let me just grab a card and jump into our first fight. Frenzy's a pretty good card to buy, actually. Attack the leading enemy for 5 times. Sorry, 3 times. The up-powered version is 5 times. It's got an extra slot, too, so we could really invest in this card. Benazé, thank you so much for the 20 months. The 2 metric frogs. Hate Seed. Whenever a hero takes damage, Hate Seed gains spirit equal to the damage taken. Wow. That's an ally that'll attack every turn. For damage equal to its spirit. That's pretty powerful. Yeah, I think I'll take Frenzy. I'm actually gonna buy a card. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but we did it. And we're gonna put our starting gem into it. So we now have 11 times 3 for 2 energy. That'll be good damage output, which will help us make more money. Golden Yak, rare. Interesting. An item on the ground that we can see for some reason. And the Gabarian Compass. Rune of Sights always reveal a gemstone if there are any unrevealed ones left in the chapter. Okay, more stuff on the ground. Anyway, let us engage in our first battle here. Alright, so quick recap of combat in Roguebook here. Some of the basics are very, very recognizable from Slay the Spire. Enemy intents are basically identical to how they work in Slay the Spire. And we have... so enemies will work pretty much as you well know. On our side, though, however, we have 2 heroes instead of 1, each with their own health pool. And they will swap locations back and forth when certain cards are played. Generally speaking, you'll swap locations. The hero that defends will swap to the front. And some of the other cards that each character has access to can reposition them as well. Usually each character will have some kind of special effect or ability for being in the front. For example, Sirocco gives us 2 block at the end of our turn if he's in front. Seifer here has a rage mechanic. This rage bar under their health charges up as they take damage, and when it maxes out, their next card uses its empowered form. You can see when we mouse over some of their cards, there's a black border version that appears. That's the empowered version. The Frenzy hits for 5 times, Absorb Soul hits for more healing, so on and so forth. And those relics are the ones from my first meta progress upgrade. Gotcha. That's a lot of utility we're able to get out of relatively few pages invested. Anyway, this is just a chump who's gonna get bonked. Oh, also, the basic deck building, or deck drawing mechanics are identical to Slay the Spire. 5 cards per turn. Cards you don't play get discarded. 3 energy per turn. The term that we use, is it energy? Not sure. So, Frenzy doesn't quite kill this guy, but it gets awfully close. I can block for 8, take 3. I'm pretty okay taking 3, actually. That puts him back in front, so... Oh, actually, we'll only take 1, even better. Sirocco gets in front. That end of turn 2 Blanc. I have noticed that the enemies in this game are absolutely unafraid to do tons of damage. So you really have to make your numbers pretty big pretty quickly. Yeah, kind of like the gremlins from Downfall, that's true. Explosive pigment applies to our brush, letting us reveal more map tiles. Neat. So, Rune of Sight reveals a random item on the map. We're looking to get to these sky towers. And that's 24 tiles revealed. It's not that useful. Let's see what this reveals. Okay, something way off in the distance. Not actually that helpful. I guess let's grab another ink from this normal battle, and we'll see what we can do. Don't have enough money to use the Vault of Wisdom. Need 40 at the moment. So, this fight I've seen a couple of times. These 3 lads. The Archer, the Cutthroat Bandit in the back, has the stealth property. Enemies with this eye over them cannot be targeted by your attacks until every other enemy is dead. This mechanic is a really good incentive to pick up Area of Effect cards, because it allows you to target these enemies down. So I think our best bet is to... Oh, I can't kill, actually. Oh no. Strike plus Absorb Soul is only 23. This enemy has too much health to kill. This game has had full release First Rider. This is the 1.0. Alright, so I guess we'll go Defend plus Absorb Soul on the middle one. Take quite a bit of damage on Seifer, but that's okay, because Seifer has ways to heal. Give him the toast. So this explicitly hits the leading enemy. I guess I'll kill the front guy then. That way he'll never block again. Just like in Slay the Spire, it's often better to tank a little bit of damage in the early parts of such fights to get enemies off the field. Else bad times ensue. This kills them both and ends the fight. Perfect. Glad we upgraded that card.
This is wasting my time.
Imperial Ink reveals 4 spaces in opposite directions. That's perfect, because that lets us get right to the Sky Tower here. Although, the unpassable tiles revealed there is not quite what we want. About here. Can't actually access that. So, in the unrevealed space, the light gray tiles are tiles you can walk on, and the dark, or light brown, and the darker shaded tiles contain impassable terrain, so you cannot walk across them. That means we want to go like this. Yeah, and then from here we'll be able to use the explosive pigment to reveal out to the Sky Tower. So that lets us get the golden yak! Ooh. It's like an old coin, but less so. And a gemstone shrine. Ooh. Blood Garnet. Each hit inflicts 2 bleed, good with our multi-hit attack. Or Golden Sphere. If this hit kills an enemy, gain 25 gold. Then dissolve. So it makes the card exhaust, too. Yeah, do-it-yourself Hand of Greed, exactly. Hey, Rocket May, I'm having a really good time with Roguebook. I think there's a lot to enjoy and discover about this title. I think I'll take the Blood Garnet. Not sure if I want to use that. It would immediately be a good insert into Frenzy to just make one really powerful card, but I'm not sure if that's right. I think going for gold gain is less valuable when we're paying 60% more on everything. Let's draft another card here. Ogre Cookie. The next card you play costs 2 less. This battle. Like a madness. Good old Flame Blast, just a casual attack for 14 or 30 if enraged. Wow. Devil's Rest. Draw a card. If you have no rage, draw 2 instead. Take a good old Flame Blast. Some solid damage there.
Perhaps.
I don't know if I want an Ogre Cookie. I don't trust baking done by an ogre. Revealed another elite battle. We get a narrative event. Heroes are ambushed by a wandering merchant. By the excited look in his eyes, he has obviously been drinking for quite some time. The merchant opens one of his bags and retrieves a sheet of old paper. He swears slurrily that it is the location of an amazing treasure. He shakily hands out his hand. For enough coin to buy a few more drinks. Sure, old man, I'll enable you. Only 30 gold? Reveal a new treasure on the map. Buried not too far from here. We have Nadim's Purse. Items at Nadim's shop cost 1 less for each card in your deck. Interesting. Very happy to see a shop discount item. I wonder how that works with the price multiplication. If the discount is also multiplied effectively by 60% or not. Do not want to fight an elite just yet, but let's draft another card. Gives us good reason to put a lot of cards in the deck. Tranche. Old Bargainer. An ally that you can activate once per turn to discard a card and gain an energy. Interesting. You don't have a limited amount of steps, Jepsis, but what is limited is your ability to reveal new tiles on the map. Eventually we'll run out of brush items, and we'll have to fight the boss of the area. There are a couple of 2-cost 10 blocks. They each have a different keyword. Melee costs 1 less if played from the front. Combo play costs 1 less if the previous character... played a card previously. Let's take Teamwork. This puts Sirocco in front to take hits with his higher health and his end of turn block. Get some block into this deck. Don't want to put too much. Especially because of these fairies that are on each level, we're incentivized to go DPS heavy with our deck building in order to get lots of money. Let's do this normal battle and get some kind of ink. I'm hoping for precision ink to get to this Sky Tower with. There's also a Vault of Wisdom down here. How far are we from a perk? 14 cards. We have 13. Yes, so we'll get a perk immediately if I pay for a card draft. That'll make our next combat quite a bit easier. Good old Flatten. Give him the butt cheeks. Dragon Fire. Charge attack for 5. Whenever you defeat a boss or elite battle, this card gains 5 attack permanently. Hey, it's got meta-scaling. And we have been offered this card at the earliest possible time before we've battled any bosses or elites, so this will become the largest, most powerful Dragonfire that it can be, and it has 2 sockets on it. So I think for all of these reasons, I will happily add it to the deck, even though it's not that good right now. And yeah, we don't have to do anything specific with the card, we just have to have the card. The Boiling Blood starts Seifer with more rage. Guardian says, whenever either of the heroes play a defend, draw a card. Interesting. Oh, I didn't take that ally that discards one. That would have been really good with that. Or Expert Looter. At the end of each battle, gain 1 gold for every 2 cards in your deck. And we're going to get a discount based on deck size, too. So this is going to be plus 7 gold per battle currently. Yeah. I think I like this. How many defends do we have? 1, 2, 3? Oh, we only have 3 defends. That's not as good as I thought. And I don't particularly care for the rage. I'll take Expert Looter. Okay, and then we'll fight these nerds. Be gone, nerds! Ah, this Seed Sower creature causes the front enemy, the front hero to be weak no matter what. Interesting. I can defend and then use teamwork? Yeah. Of course, now you attack for 18. It's only 7. Oh, right, because it puts him in front and then he's weak. I understand. Drew no block whatsoever, unfortunately. I think we'll let Sirocco... Well, no. Seifer's gonna take the hit, because... that's how it be. Noted. Seifer does like to charge. As he should. Don't worry, buddy. Surely this health will come back to you. Love the transformation effect on him when he enters rage mode. A Flame Blast doesn't charge, so what we would like to do is put Sirocco in front so that we can use Flame Blast for its full damage. Of 30. And then once you've played an empowered card, the rage wears off. We're looking to finish with Absorb Soul. No such luck. Alright, we do get precisioning. Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. That lets us just explore one tile here so that I can use the Sky Tower. I think I'll put Sirocco in front for now. How's it going, Zuthis? Okay, we have to be tactical with our ink and brushes to reveal and explore and conquer the remaining pieces of this map. I think we'll use Precisioning to get over to Nadim's purse and then brush around. The boss is in the portal thing. Yes, the boss is at the end of the level here. We will approach the boss once we've thoroughly explored this this level. So by combining the brush with the Precision Ink, we can get a really efficient exploration here. Another event, good. Heroes arrive at an opulent dinner held in honor of a large ogre. He beckons them to the table, pleased to have the company. Strangely, he sits alone. Come, friends, join me. Gain 5 max life, but become full, drawing 1 less card per turn for 1 battle. Have a drink, and something might happen. Or nothing. I definitely like the idea of gaining the 5 max HP. 1 weaker combat could be detrimental, but hopefully not too bad. Davries, thank you so much for that 4 months and that Prime sub. Waffle Hype. And Itzatul, thank you so much for the 9 months. Which baby get? Now wants to drink. We'll drink. Have a drink. The eager adventurers have a drink, then another and another. By the end of the night, they become best friends with the crowned ogre. As they leave, he slaps Sirocco on the back and smiles. Ha ha! I don't know why, but I like you. He reaches into his treasure hoard and tosses them one of his many trinkets. Take this! The Ogre Belt. Whenever the equipped hero plays a card costing 2 or more, gain 4 block. That's awesome. Because I think we're going to have quite a few 2-cost cards on Seifer here. Currently, Frenzy is 2-cost, and so is Absorb Soul. When we pick an item like this, you have to choose a hero to put it on. Sirocco also has a lot of 2-cost cards in his card pool, but not sure if want. And now I definitely want to get ways to get more energy. For example, that's a... Ooh, Flame Spitter. Aggressive ally, this attacks all enemies. I love that. Yeah, I love that.
If you say so.
Give me the Flamey Boy. So that deploy is an ally, a minion, that attacks each turn, hitting everybody. Not a good turn to draw block. These guys are just a bit of a DPS check. They sleep for 2 turns, and then they start attacking for a lot from there. Yeah, we got the flame scatter. Okay, we're guaranteed to draw Absorb Soul. So I would like to use that. Bring them to 18. Hit you one more time. So this heals for 8. And blocks for 4. Two more block at the end of turn from Sirocco being in front. Can we finish them? Looks like that's a no. That's okay. Can do another 14 plus 4, 18 damage, not a kill. You must block. Take a little bit more here. All of the healing sources that I've seen, other than Seifer's cards, heal both heroes. So it's generally wise, I think, to spread damage out a little bit evenly amongst your heroes. That went pretty well overall. We got 3 more precisioning to explore with. Good. Do keeping between chapters. I was wondering about that. So, do you keep any brushes between chapters? Is another question I have that I don't know the answer to. Keep everything brushes included. Okay, so there is a reason to not exhaust all of your exploration power. Cool. That's good to know. So 305. Okay, that is a flat discount after the price increase, but it's on every single item, which is kind of insane. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Okay, so we want to make sure that we get to the Gabrian Compass. We want to make sure we get all of the fairies. We want to fight those elites, too. I don't know if there's more elites hidden. Or what. Elites are pretty good. Let's start by going down to this normal battle. We want to ink, brush from here, reveal. Will get us to the compass, and then we can go to the ferry. So go from here to the ferry. Ink ferry. Brush outwards. Go from here. This thing plus a slime. The Azure Wisp. Just as before, the person in front deal less damage here. Get this close to dead. Chose to buff strength on turn 1. I've learned the hard way you don't want to let these guys get their block buff off, because it gives them one buffer stack, basically. Back in front with teamwork! That combo! Okay, we're unfortunately going to take a bit of a hit here. At least Frenzy blocks for us. Really happy with this Ogre Belt so far. You take a bit of an oof. It's Frenzy again. Should maybe consider putting that bleed stone into our frenzy so that we have more damage right away. Should be helpful against the fairies too. Hopefully killing on this turn. With Absorb Soul. Good. On a regular ink. That's actually fine, because it gets us perfectly to the fairy. So, when we find Runes of Sight, those will now reveal gemstones for us. I think I'm going to put the bleed card into Frenzy here.
Nice one!
So this is now 6 bleed, 6 damage per turn, in addition to its 22. These fairies appear in greater numbers on each floor because of the Ascension modifier that we're playing with, or the... not Ascension. What's it called in this game? Postscript? Some book... appendix? Some book term. Anyway. They give us 1 gold every time we do damage to them. And bonus damage if you can kill them. Epilogues, that's right. Book thing. Looks like our damage is well ahead of where it needs to be. We'll even get a Absorb Soul landed. For a bit of a heal on Seifer here.
Is that it?
Do I want to buy any of the relics from Nadim here? Another look at that. See, an extra card when drafting from vaults could be good, especially since we're heavily incentivized to get a large deck of cards. This could be really nice. Hate Seed is also pretty powerful. Whenever a hero takes damage, Hate Seed gains spirit equal to the damage taken, giving us a scaling mechanism in fights where we start falling behind. It's pretty hot, too. And it's a 2-cost card for Seifer, so it even generates 4 block when we play it. We'll buy the Hate Seed. I think in general buying cards is going to be a good idea, because the more cards we buy, the cheaper cards become in the store. It's kind of neat. Alright, it's time to fight an elite. Seifer is basically at full HP. These give you a brush stroke. Sometimes treasure, lots of money. Ah, the voice of hunger. This boss becomes more powerful when enemies die. Let's soften one of these. We want to put some damage on the actual elite in this fight, I think. Kill the front one here. And deploy our hate seed. This actually blocks for full too. So it only scales up when you take actual unblocked damage. And that's okay. 73 times, so we got more of weakness. Alright, so we've stopped those attacks now. We can't prevent this one, but we can maybe block it. And if we can't, well, that's pretty good too. I actually want Seifer to take this hit. I'm gonna go guard and then frenzy. Get that bleed stacking up. The damage we take causes the hate seed to become more powerful. Let's see, we have Empowered Absorb Soul coming out. Attack for 24. Let's just allow that to happen. It's gonna die to bleed, actually, never mind. Never mind. Shadow Gem reduces the cost of a card by 1, but causes us to discard a card at random when we play it. That's okay. We've got some expensive stuff we'd love to make cheaper. But not our 2-cost stuff on Seifer, because then it won't give us block anymore. Dragonfire becoming free could be really nice. I think we're gonna do another fairy now for the chance to heal. I need the bottom of the map. I see no such thing. Maybe I'm just blind? Sounds like that might be the case.
This is wasting my time.
Oh, yes! Good spot. Go get that right away. Very sneaky. Very sneaky 4 men. Okay, we can Flame Blast, Absorb Soul that guy. We've also got Frenzy able to just donkify the front man first. But I think we should take out the archer. Kind of annoying to draw Frenzy and Absorb Soul at the same time. Ward Square! Did you hear about the nervous archer who was a little high-strung? Yeah, we really need to take this guy out soon. Go Dragonfire Teamwork Strike. Realistically, we're not going to kill the back line next turn, so we're going to take a bit of a hit here. That gives us the tripped condition, causing the next card Sirocco plays to cost more. Means, yep. Good news is we get the Hate Seed deployed. The bad news is, ouch my face. The good news is that makes Hate Seed stronger when my face gets ouched. We'll just call it a win then, yeah? Alright, you're stealth, so I actually can't target you. But the Hate Seed will kill him, so... I should just go defend teamwork. And Flame Blast absorbs soul. 14, 16, not a kill, actually, so... Tragically, we don't get any health back here. We do win the fight. That's good.
Is that it?
That lets us target where our brush goes. It's good stuff. That was just a normal combat, too. That took a lot of damage. Seems to me that there's an escalating series of encounters in the normal fights. Not quite like... kind of similar to Slay the Spire, where you have the easy and hard pool, but I suspect there's more than 2 categories in this game. Don't really have anything to base that on. There are 3 pools. The first fight, 2 to 4 and 5 plus. Gotcha. Feels right. Okay, we could kill it right now, but I'm gonna just end turn. Try to get rid of the Absorb Soul here. No dice. That's okay. All Stinky Fairies squished. Yeah, I do like Phalanx since we're doing ally stuff. Card and gain 1 for each spirit this has. The Mystic Egg. That's right. I will take the Vault Key, giving us extra cards from the Vaults of Wisdom. I use a heal before we take this elite fight on. Ah, the Queen's Assassin! So we know what this debuff is now. We've had to deal with it before. Queen's Assassin applies a debuff that causes your hero to bleed for 5 unavoidable damage per turn. That is the big spooky times. We'll have that go on Seifer, I think. Pick up this middle guy first. Fool, you've only made me angry. So, that was 1 turn of Vulnerable, 1 turn of Concussed. Causing us to discard a random card, and 5 bleed, 5 damage per turn that we cannot avoid and does not go down. Scary stuff. Five times. Get him. And then she'll do that again. She'll apply even more bleed. The longer this fight goes on, the worse it gets for you. This time you exactly have the hit points. Wait, I can't math. Dang it. Not how it exactly works.
That one tasted good.
Another brush, money, page, and a Branch of Tarum. At the start of each battle, shuffle 3 Gaia's Grace into your deck. 5 block, draw a card, dissolve. Very, very good battle relic to have. Very pleased with that overall. I'm not low on health, so I'm thinking about exploring over to this Radiant Heart, which is pretty easy to do, because I only need to use 1 tactical brush application here, and get 14 tiles revealed. I like that highlights or previews how many tiles you're going to reveal. Go looking for an elite battle, maybe. Do any more exploring. Wouldn't mind doing a burst over here, maybe. Carry 2 brushes and nothing else to the next chapter. Do that. Seems that not everything we paint can be explored. Indeed. A little bit of money, but not much else. I think we should just fight our boss. The shaded tiles are impassable, so they indicate terrain that has nothing on it. One last look at the shop before we go. Want me to buy the egg? I don't know if I want to buy this egg. I guess it pays for itself pretty quickly. Jigga, thank you so much for the 13 months in that tier 1. The lucky baker's dozen. I'm gonna say no to the egg. Sorry, egg. Your time has not arrived. Alright, time for the Tiki Palanquin again. I feel like I lost to this boss before. Frenzy. Okay, Bleed will help quite a bit. So the Tiki Palaguid is 3 enemies in 1. You can target the front or the back or the middle, but it's all part of one creature with a shared HP total. If you do damage to the front, it'll weaken the boss. If you do damage to the back, it'll make the boss vulnerable. Give him the Frenzy. We'll take 1. Let's keep this guy as Grace around. We'll hit the back one to reduce that vulnerable counter. Oh yeah, and the boss makes you vulnerable, doing fairly enormous amounts of damage. But that's okay, because we have Hate Seed. When it's not attacking the vulnerable party member, it's only doing 35. It's very much a Spire tier Act 1 boss hit. I do appreciate that the enemies of this game are unafraid to do massive amounts of damage to the player. You really do have to have answers to them, or they'll kill ya. This 1 turn of weak. Hold until end of turn. Not actually helpful to do it. Malkavian, thank you so much for the 1.5 years, those 18 months of support. You're so welcome for the awesome content. Thank you so much for the awesome viewership, truly. Wasted the vulnerable. Oh no, it stays. Oh, that was perfect vulnerable timing then, excuse me. I can't get a kill with Frenzy, but we heal the full after this anyway, so it shouldn't matter. GG.
That was a big one.
First boss goes down, no problem. We heal both our heroes, we get a treasure. Ooh, the Crystallis. At the start of the battle, the equipped hero gains protection, ignoring the first time they would take damage. Master Kaios gives us card draw and energy for slaying things, or Urn of Galabria gives us 3 energy on turn 1. That's good stuff. Luminescent, thank you so much for those incredibly generous 5 gifted subs. Keep it cozy, everybody. And thank you, Luminescent, for the generosity. That boss card now deals more damage, that's right. If we look at our Dragonfire, it's now 20, and it's going to keep powering up as this run goes on. I think there's enough multi-enemy combats. I'm going to take the Mask of Chaos. Grab that. +5 brushes, lots of money, some pages, and either the Epic Phase Stone. After you play this, return it to your top of the deck at the end of turn. This is Holdover from Monster Train in a gem. or add 3 cards, which I'm starting to appreciate the actual value of. Previously, I'd been always taking gem, but 3 cards is good. This ally just gives you 2 energy every turn? Goki. But this is 1 spirit per when activated. It's only got 2 uses. What's the current deck? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I can Phase Stone Dragonfire? I'm gonna do that. Excuse me. No, don't be silly, everybody.
I'm keeping
That's gotta be a thing. And we can't go to the shop now. We have to go to the next floor. Okay. To the sky! Yeah, and another slot for something else. There's lots of powerful gems to put in there, potentially. I don't think I'm going to waste it with a -1 cost thingy. Let's make the flame spitter free.
Shiny.
Okay, so now we have 7 brushes to work with on this chapter. Here's the treasure. Scarodon's Talon. You damage more than 1 enemies with a card, draw a card. It costs 1 less. Wow. That's cool. Whenever you consume an ink, reveal 1 extra adjacent tile at random. Okay, we should get to that first. Start with a card. Card drafts are not cheaper. Ritual Strike. Attack for 10, gain 3. Interesting. Each time the hero is swapped, gain 4. Or attack all enemies for 4 twice. This would activate our Devil Eye. Although currently it's difficult to play. Got 2 upgrade slots?
Useful.
Hit the Ritual Strike.
Perhaps.
Hey, good too. There are a lot of similarities here between Slay the Spire and Roguebook. Combat in particular is very, very, very similar. But the exploration and deck building are a lot different. The way that you get cards, the way that you upgrade cards, the kinds of relics you can find, all vary quite a bit. And the 2 characters per run changes up the core gameplay a bit too. Kobold Fetish, that's something nobody should have. That gives you gain 10 gold whenever the equipped hero kills something. So that could theoretically pay itself back. Whenever you end your turn with no cards in hand, the leading hero gains courage, more energy, or +1 power. That's good stuff. I see Ogre Soup is here. Its attacks pierce through for half damage to the next enemy. That could be a good one to put on our holdover. But yeah, let's... You have to kill 30 just to get the return on it. Is that reasonable? 30 enemies. I'd do it. Curious how many enemies we're actually going to kill. With that hero, with that particular hero, yes. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot. It's kind of like I just bought a ceramic fish, yeah? In a lot of ways. I wonder how bleed counts towards that, actually. Do allies and bleed count? If they don't, it's not going to be worth it. So this card does, or this attack icon indicates piercing attacks. Piercing attacks will do damage to everybody if they're not blocked. Oops. Right, I'm supposed to be last. Foolish. Perfect. Well, that gave me 10 money.
Is that it?
Actually, wait. That gave me 20 bucks. Why did I gain 20? Don't think I understand. Oh, that's right. We normally were from Expert Looter. That's right. Gain 1 gold for every 2 cards of the deck at the end of each battle. But I only have 17? That should have been 8 gold? You know what? I'm not going to worry too much about that. Where'd the 2 gold come from? Bank error in your favor. That's not really what I want. Maybe like this. These towers are far away, man. This looks pretty good, though. When we got a Rune of Sight. The surroundings suddenly shift, and the heroes find themselves face to face with a gigantic beast. It sits back comfortably on its haunches, watching them silently. That mask. How can it see them with no eyes? Hunt down the predator. It's a very powerful gem. Sirocco Neal. Add a Sirocco hunting card to your deck, add a Seifer hunting card to your deck, or add a hunting treasure to your deck if you show your belly. Interesting. Yeah, feed me Xguria. It's interesting. I put that on. Yeah, hunting it means there's definitely going to be a fight here. This is the Day 1 DLC enemy, which is now content for everybody. I'm trying to figure out what we would put that on. Flame Blast is reasonable. Or on Absorb Soul. Yeah, that's one thing we could do. We could put it on Absorb Soul, and then we just double up on the Reap card. But that would make Absorb Soul dissolve, which it currently doesn't do. I think this isn't the time to fight this enemy. We will fight this boss at some point when we encounter it, but I want a hunting treasure. What's a hunting treasure? Give me your belly! A terrible presence invading their minds, both heroes instinctively drop to the ground. They perform the universal sign of submission, rolling on their backs and splaying their arms wide open. They are no threat to this ruler of wilds. It tilts its head and seems to quickly become uninterested. This is no quarry worth hunting. As it lopes away, the hero notices a mangled pile of bones nearby. Previous victim, one not so lucky. Some sort of precious item is clenched within its warm fingers, the hunting cloak. The equipped hero did not attack last turn, they gain 2 power this turn. We'll put that on Seifer.
Interesting.
Although Seifer will most likely be attacking on all available opportunities. Might be times when he chooses not to. Before the adventurers lies a massive gateway adorned with variously colored gems. Nearby, a mountainous, elegant dragon slumbers quietly. The adventurers quickly recognize this dragon as Orosai, guardian of the realm of Pandora. A world as full of treasure as it is danger. As the adventurers approach, the dragon raises one eye. Assesses the hero, then huffs. I am tired and wish not to fight. Take one of my treasures and be gone. I will not offer peace again. Wow, these are good cards. Holy crap. Iona's Mirror. Add 3 copies of the last card you played this turn to your hand. No gems, though. Lamp says, add a random card from each hero to your hand, both cost 0. Or the Ocarina is gain 2 energy, draw 2 cards. But the Lamp and the Ocarina serve similar roles. You get 2 cards and more energy. The Lamp is random cards, the Ocarina is the cards you know and love. Yeah, it's basically adrenaline. Take the Ocarina here. Doot. Yes. It's also got a gem. When one puts their lips to the Ocarina, it's as if time itself slows down. I think all but confirming that that's a reference. It's our new talent. Damage from allies inflicts bleed. Ooh. First time Sirocco takes damage each turn, gain 5 block, or when you have no cards in hand, draw a card. Let's take Ringleader, causing our allies to do bleed. This should show me a gem, right?
Where's my spyglass?
Okay, we've got some Vault of Wisdoms here. Hey, Cedric the Frog, this is not sponsored. Nope, I'm playing this out of my own interest. I even bought this game with my own money. So, none of these have extra slots. I think I'll just take the big Blanc stand behind me. Some stall is going to be pretty useful in this. Give an aggressive ally more spirit and summon a brute. That I like because it enables us... One, it's a new ally. Enables us to increase the damage output of our Flame Spitter. Seifer's Rage to 6. Interesting. Yeah, I'll take the note.
Fine.
You cannot sell cards at a shop, no. No, no, no. So we've got these 2 Fugu. Got Flame Splitter and Promote, but I have to discard a card when I play Flame Splitter, so it might not work. Also, I'm going to play Frenzy instead. So, they'll seek revenge if their friend is killed. That means they'll do a lot more damage when one dies. Wait, what? Oh, hilarious. So that was the... I was wondering if if Flame Splitter would activate the Garudin's Talon, but we just draw and discard the card immediately, so that's not that helpful, huh? Yeah, they both got nasty multi-attacks. These guys do really big damage. Okay, there's Dragonfire. I think we're gonna have to give this one some strength. I'm probably gonna deeply regret this. But, well, you know. $21/2. Yikes, etc. Blam. That's still quite a bit short on the blocking here. Lord. We did get Absorb Soul, but I can't actually use it. It's unfortunate.
This is wasting.
So lazy pal, thank you so much for the tier 1 and the 11 months. Just one more to that full year.
Feels good, man.
Of support. Hey Fantasia, congrats on beating A17 for the first time with Defect. Only Frost and Dark Orbs, that's a fun way to get there. Not an easy combo to make work necessarily. Alright, so I think we want to continue taking basic combats for a bit. I'm gonna spot to get to this fight, and then we'll brush from here. It's the Yakapult! Love this thing. What? Elite War Yaks. At the end of each turn, give all Yaks 8 block and 4 power. Yakapult is a Yak. Oh dear. The enemy intends to attack and summon more enemies. I assume by throwing them at me. That's great. I also appreciate that this game has gone kind of the same way as Slay the Spire, in that the enemy design is absolutely ludicrous. In a good way. Get him. I guess I should have drawn before I... Yeah, then I could have Flame Blasted instead of Striked, but we did plenty of damage there. Bonk! Oh god, they come in with block too, yikes. First of all, how dare you? So Ritual Strike is free. (10 plus 14 is 24? No. What do you mean I'm one short? No. Please. The worst. The worst news that we're one short of activating our Mask of Chaos. Dang. Guess I'll go promote defend then. My allies also inflict bleed after all. God, they're getting stronger. Help! Could have played Siroko's Strike for free? Ow, what? I think I'm missing some interaction that would have allowed me to do that. Okay, that'll KO and draw us a new card. Okay, this we can full block. Stand behind me, strike, flame splitter? Yeah. Last attack I played had... You might be misunderstanding. The 3-cost attack has melee. So it's discounted if you're in the front.
Welcome to the party!
And 3 is the discounted price. Oh, is melee and combo? Oh! Oh, so it does. I actually hadn't parsed that. Understood. Oh, jeez. Can we maybe kill it now? Oh, yes, we can, actually. We have Rapid Fire plus Strike. That is a kill. Good. So, yes, I got plus 10, plus 11. That's where the money's coming from. Money! Good. Plus 3 damage or gain 4 block. That also causes it to become a repositioning card. Put block on Ocarina. That would make it a block arena. Anything else I would want to... Let's make a block arena.
I'm keeping this one.
Blunk. Sulfuric Barrier, gain block and rage. I like Flame Leg. Charge, attack, draw. Attack against the enemy is a crit. Damage. This could be good too. Or Barrage. Attack all enemies for 15 if you played a card that cost 2 or more last turn. This is cheaper. Actually, let's take Barrage. It's another solid source of AoE, which I think we want to invest in relatively heavily. Although I don't want too many attacks on Sirocco, especially AoE. We don't want to like kill low health enemies because we're missing out on money, but I think I'd still prefer that, if that makes sense. I'm trying.
Hey, what's over there?
Hey, nice. Just off screen. Rough diamonds. It's already got charge on it. Let's add charge to Flame Blast, I guess.
Nice one.
I'm hopeful that we can find a much stronger gem to put into Dragonfire's second slot. There's quite a few good things we could put into it. Cost reduction, 4 block. Sure, but I'm hopeful that we can get something that's like double damage. And that'll break the run wide open. Kind of Monster Train style. Okay, still got a regular Benel here. Let's do that. How nasty is this going to be? Ah, the Rakoan Cannoneer. This enemy is pretty spooky, as they fire every other turn for massive, massive damage. We're going to cleave through them really quick with our holdover Dragonfire, though. I almost wonder if I should be doing the elite fights earlier. Okay, let us move him to the front. Let's just open with Ritual Strike. Got a lot of block this turn. Can either almost entirely full block this and don't play Dragonfire, which means we probably don't kill again. Probably don't kill it before we get shot again, rather. So it might be worth it to go Stand Behind Me Dragonfire. Feels more reasonable. So we do Dragonfire first, in that case. Block for 22, take 8. Goes at the end of the turn, right? Yes. Hopefully getting our Absorb Soul next turn. 4 plus 8. 4 plus 9, excuse me. No Absorb Soul, unfortunately.
Is that it?
More Precision Ink. We're up to 8 of that stuff. That's good stuff. What do you have? Ah, the Balloonfish lets us draw cards. Another Flamelet, too. Don't think I want 2 promotes.
Say so.
Take a Flamelet to unlock a talent tier. Head start. 1 card and 1 energy at the start of each battle. Very good. Each turn, the first time you play a card costing 2 or more, gain 1 energy, so that'll be 1 energy every turn, probably. Or gain 15 more gold per battle. Now, give me Strongman. That's just really good energy generation for us. And I definitely want to get over to this Quill now. Ooh, good call, Kasim Fiend, about generating rage in fairy fights. That does sound pretty useful. Okay, so this gets a refund. So I can go Barrage, Defend, Dragonfire. Still takes a fair chunk of damage here. Or we can go Dragonfire, Defend, Defend, actually. That's probably better. And with Sirocco in front for 2 more block, only actually take 1 here. These enemies each take 6 damage whenever a card is played, so they're kind of like weak to attack spam styles. Basically get a free 6,000 cuts. Good stuff. The Ocarina swaps heroes? Does. So we can strike and then ritual strike. Do that. That's only 2 cost, gives me 3 back. Still a 2 cost card. Actually gave me 4 back, right. Jeez. Wow. To make sure we got the money from that. Roar. Perfect. Money and health get. 3 more precision ink. I don't know if there's a stack limit to that, but I am happy. The red Talon do up top. The green Talon says whenever we damage more than 1 enemy with a single card, draw a card that costs 1 less this turn. So, kind of like a weird Gremlin Horn variation. That's how I like to think of it. Okay, still a lot we have yet to explore here. There's at least 2 elites per thingy. So that did reveal. So we get +1 tile reveal on each of these precision inks. That's huge. Oh, these stinky Rakoan invokers. They light us on fire, causing damage over time each turn. And then there's this soft paw on the back who is stealthed. Actually, don't have a way to play this, do I? That's not good. This is like Heat Seed, Dragonfire. Flame Splitter's gonna help a lot here. We'll gain some block from Hate Seed too. As well as 1 energy back. Alright, so this Flame Splitter will hit them all each turn. We're gonna take a bit of damage on Sirocco this turn, unfortunately. Oh, they're so cute sounding. But be not fooled by their adorableness, for it is a cover for their mercilessness. Okay, we do reduce our burning by rotating our characters. think that's a really cool way to do it, actually. You are mine. You've been tripped. We have no need for you, though. Okay, so you died of bleed. That does not give me money when that happens. Fair enough. You're gonna die either way, so let's just end you now.
This is wasting my time.
GG. It's like a reasonable spot for a brush. Nothing. Those from allies are credited to whom summon the ally. That's good to know. That's very good to know. Okay, I think it's elite fighting time. Actually, well, let's fight some fairies now, and then we'll go to the shop, and then we'll fight an elite. Same deal here. Unable to play Ritual Strike on turn 1. This time it gains block each turn. Gonna make it a little bit more difficult to kill here. It's interesting, the evasive says it gains, when I mouse over it, it says 15 block each turn, but the icon shows 20, and 20 is how much it's actually getting. It's a bit odd. So someone wanted a quick intro to what the deck does. The big thing that we're trying to build around right now is this card, Dragonfire. This card permanently increases its damage output every time that we kill an elite or boss enemy. And we have an upgrade on it that causes it to be drawn every single turn. So it's kind of like a holdover ritual dagger. Or something. Bing. Some more card draw on this deck. Hey, look, card draw. There's Frenzy. Ching! Looks like we get to actually land Absorb Soul for once. We do. Success! Alright, what can we get at the shop with 650 gold? We can give +1 power to somebody. Retain ranged. That'd be a fun one to put on the on Ritual Strike, actually. Then it would have both the melee and the ranged keyword. So it'd be one cheaper under all circumstances. These commons are now only 58. Be good. I think I will give 1 power to Seifer. It's just a nice pickup here. This is too much to pay. Oh, that's a good point. If we put Seifer in front, we can play Ritual Strike on turn 1 when we inevitably draw it. I think that's a pretty good idea. Oh, I can't do that at the store, interestingly. Ranged retaining ogre soup. Actually kind of interesting. So that is an interesting idea. I definitely like Devil Strike. This is just a good addition. That'll be it for now. Stockpile some money. We know that the final store in Act 3 is very good.
Let's get
Fighting. Oh, this thing again. Rapula. This does some nasty status effect nonsense, as I recall. But with Frenzy turn 1, I'm not as worried. What block that gives. So we get 2 Aura of Confusion. The hero in front takes 8 damage when they play a card. We're being attacked for an awful lot this turn as well. Oof. So that's right. That's really problematic for us, actually. Heavily punishes us for just sitting in front doing our thing. Well, I'm going to play the Dragonfire. I'm going to take the damage. It's going to hurt. Gives me 4. And then another debuff turn. No longer have that aura nonsense. Maybe we can finish it quickly now before we get hit again. So we're dealing at the end of turn 10 plus probably 11 from bleed. so that leaves it at 23. Strike Barrage does 22, but I can do Barrage, Strike, Strike. Do 8 to myself, and we do get the kill. Okay. This orange guy, he is stated to be half ogre. I'm not sure what the other half is, but it's something weird. He's an odd gentleman. Oh yeah, taking 8 damage also made the minion do more. A Primal Skull. Card costs 4 more, but makes you gain 8 if you can play it. For Brush Charge and some pages. Probably can't afford to play that. It's okay. Let's grab a couple of heals here. Some money and a new ink. 4 tiles in a straight line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then brush here. Let's do that. Got us a Rune of Sight and another Vault of Wisdom. Cards. The 2-cost card for a Seifer is good. Buckle up 10 block, decrease the cost of a random card in your hand. Let's take another 2-cost card.
Perhaps. I see.
See indeed. Whenever you add a card to this deck, this gains +1 attack permanently. That would have been a good one to find earlier. Currently we're at 24 cards already. Frog's Dinner. When this is destroyed, heal Seifer equal to this ally's spirit. You may sacrifice this. Interesting. I don't think I want any of these. No thank you. Alright, still looking for elites. Let's see, there's a lot of unexplored space over here. Automatically triggers at end of combat. Okay, that's good to know. That is some nice ease of use right there. Aha! Easy find. That's what I was looking for. Let's take the ferry, just in case I can heal with that. Seifer is now missing some health. Quite a bit of it, actually. That's right, this is a melee card, too. Look at that block output. So you should have played Strike, huh? So we should gain the money because the minions get the kill?
Is that it?
I'm actually not sure if we did. It's alright. If we got the end of combat money, and the killing the fairy money. Rakoan War Machine. 2 Rakoan Shieldmates. Who will make very good... very good food. Nice. Alright, really good turn one there. Tranche. More enemies, you say? Why, that's perfect.
Lambs to the slaughter!
These ones are summons, so we don't gain money from killing them, like we did with the previous ones. That's okay. Got a kill with barrage, but then we don't gain the bounty money. GG. Rush, more pages, and the Bloodstone. At the end of each battle, the equipped hero heals for 4. Already got healing on Seifer. Let's give a little bit of regen to Sirocco here.
What I came here for.
Okay, and having found 2 elites, do I look for one more, or do we take our ink to the next layer? I think we take our ink to the next layer. If you run out of ink, then you're done exploring the current level. The path to the boss is always available. So do I want ogre soup? I think I'll keep all this cash. I'm gonna spend a lot of it the next act. Question is, are we prepared enough to fight the boss as is? And I think the answer is probably very yes. I think we should be fine. What ungodly creation is this? Captain! Mega Claw. Gain 4 power. I like the music. Draw one here. Not happy with that choice. Reduce hero block by 10 before attacking for 11 by 3. Yikes. Spooky stuff, man. You've got block yourself, I see. So this thing's passive is changing each turn. Reflect 2 damage to attackers now. I understand. Well, that's what the hate seed's for. Bring it. Whew. 20 by 3. That is extremely eggs. Okay, I can do Frenzy, Dragonfire, Flame Slit. No, we have to play Stand Behind Me, or we're gonna lose somebody here. So it's either Frenzy or Dragonfire Defend. I think we need to get that bleed up. Dragonfire will return to us. Get 1 energy back. This is going to cause Hate Seed to grow even stronger here. Cage Launcher. Reduce the leading hero's power by 3. Okay. That hate seed even bigger. Feel the hate grow through you. Okay, we should be able to kill it before it attacks again, especially with Dragonfire in hand now. Maybe one came in front, actually. It's all good. Nothing again. I wonder if this is a random attack pattern. GG.
Feels good, man. Tasted good.
Alright, looks like we're really putting this all together very well. That full heal. Thank you. Pages, brush, money. Crackthorn. Every time you play 5 cards in 1 turn, deal 10 damage to a random enemy. Stone of Jalmir. All of the equipped heroes' cards gain retain. Oh, wow. That's powerful. We would put that on Seifer, of course, because most of the deck is his. Abilities on Sky Towers that's a lot of free tiles, surprisingly. It's the Primal Gem. Yeah, this'll make it easier to land Reap's kills too. Let's take that. Plus 5 or 3 more Seifer cards. Take the Mighty Ruby. Onward. Ancient Lands of Deverin. The 3rd and final chapter of our run here. Aurora's Teacup. Alright, what do you got for me, Nadim? All legendary stuff in the final thing. Yeah, there it is. Blood Crystal. Inflict bleed equal to damage dealt. So that's what we put into the or Drop of Echoes. When you play this, add a 0-cost copy of the card to your hand with no gems. Okay, so it's either Blood Crystal or Drop of Echoes that will go into the second slot of Dragonfire here. 35 damage and 35 bleed with Holdover. Or essentially Spell Echo it and create 2 copies when we play it. The bleed is going to be better. Yeah, the bleed is better. Because it does a bit more damage over more than 2 turns. Whenever a card grants you an energy, gain 1 energy. First hit each turn deals double damage. Oh, we want Hunting Scope to go with it too. Oh my god, Hunting Scope, Blood Crystal! Oh my lord. Okay, yeah, that's the winner right there. That is in fact the winner.
Very well.
Now that is a lot of damage. Okay, so we just want to save up for money to do that other thing with. Hell yeah. But I only want I want 2 more cards for the next talent slot, but that's about it, really. Alright, normal enemy, if that is your real name. Let's fight. The Deviled Drummer. Here's our Dragonfire. We can show off what this is gonna do. Oh dear, I feel bad for this enemy. 36 damage plus 36 bleed. And we get to do that every turn. It's a big number though, dude. Oh, it's already dead. Wow. You're God.
Noise.
Wait, what?
This is wasting my time.
I missed what did damage me there. Turtles. Time damage is taken each turn, gain at 20 block. I'll do quite a bit of it. Excuse you both. Jesus. Back ones. Is the front one gonna stuff? You guys are scary, man.
Hey, Biggs.
Yeah, this is a spooky fight. 3 enemies are no joke. It seems. Let's look at these now. 15, 7 a brute. They're a good 2-cost card. Yeah, I'll take a cast devil.
Say so.
And then we'll grab this to get our talent. Another copy of Devil Strike is good.
Fine.
Alright, so that gives us our final talent tier. Start of turn 5, heroes gain 3 power is Second Wind. Quick Reflex once per battle, click on Sirocco to gain 15 block and move him to the front. Oh, I like that. Or Feet of Fire. Whenever the hero swaps, Seifer gains 3 rage. That is pretty good, but I'm going to take those Quick Reflexes for a once per battle 15 block. I think that'll be really, very, very good. I would like now to explore Thusward.
Frog!
Ogoro! Ogoro the Thief has stolen one of our artifacts, the Hunting Cloak. We don't use much, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. So the eye thingy reveals one of your unrevealed items, a random item on the map. And by delaying when you use this, you can manipulate what it's going to reveal to you. Which is what I'm attempting to do. I don't know if that's actually necessarily helpful. Hello. You seen my teacup? Yes, I have. Lady. Yes, I have. Okay, this enemy has taunt, so it has to be targeted first. This enemy gains strength every turn. Normally a pretty nasty combo, but Dragon's Breath has us. Or Dragonfire has us. Enjoy your 62 bleed, nerd. Forgot that damage output, though. Not quite a kill. Get the 10 money at least.
Nice. Is that it?
Spaces in a straight line, perfect for getting to... thing. Perfect. Here. Beautiful. Underground Brigand has stealth. Meanwhile, front guy is in the front. He's going to deeply regret being there too. Keep the Devil Strike, which I really like. 38! My god. To do that, but that worked out. Once per battle, click on Sirocco, put him in the front, gain 15 block. Stand behind me, you've been tripped. I'd rather block with entrench. Defend. Strike, Arc Blast. We do get to retain the Absorb Soul here. There's Dragonfire. So if I play Strike, Ritual Strike will become cheaper. Let's see, we do 7, 18. 18 plus 17 is enough, so... Strike. My energy back. Get some health back. Then kill you.
Feels good.
Perfect. Gain some health on both characters from that one. As well as yet more Precision Ink. You play an ally, heal 2. That's good. We need like 700 something for the thingamajiggy. Was just holding on to this for you. Here you go. Stranger disappears. Behind a tiki totem. Whenever this hero plays an ally, gain 1 power. Cool, that'll give us some strength scaling on Cypher. Keeper. Whatever it is your name is. I could probably take on a fairy now to get enough money for the thingy. We should be completely fine to beat these, right? All we have to do is draw our, whatchamadoodle. Our Dragonfire early, and we'll easily defeat them. Although the block does stop the bleed, that's good to know. It's actually quite a bit of a problem. I want to actually land the kill with an actual attack, so I get 10 more bucks. There we go.
Hey, Biggs! This is wasting my time.
Alright, if you think we did damage before, well, boy have I got news for you. Because now it's time for the final broken part of the combo. Hunting Scope says, the first hit each turn deals double damage. And that is going to break everything. Forever.
Interesting.
Or Vaults of Wisdom, but I don't actually know if I care for those. fight an elite now. I wanna see how this goes. Each turn? Yes, each turn. Oh, that's right. Every 20 life, the blood sprite loses summon a living blood. Which are enemies that we can kill. Which will give us turn drop, and energy gain and such. Gains 2 strength when it does that, though, I think. Yikes. Hey, Furia TV! Thanks for making this game. I'm having a blast with it so far.
Like filthy cowards.
We want to put Seifer back in front since he's not normal. It's Flame Blast.
Lambs to the slaughter.
Okay, there's our Dragonfire. Attack for 48 while weakened. And apply that much bleed.
More!
Which just creates a bunch of dudes now. Oh dear. Actually does not kill. 11? Oh no. Ooh. What a weakness. Yard. Alright, I'll do it this way then. Give me one back. This gives me one back. This is getting played. Guess I'll entrench and we'll take a bunch of damage. Heals oof. Do heal 2 for playing an ally, at least.
Lambs to the slaughter.
Attack for 104. Don't mind if I... Actually, wait, this heals even better. Absorb Soul is exactly 52. Get him.
Nice.
Kaboom. GG. GG. Wow. An Ogre Toe. Whenever the equipped hero plays a card costing 2 or more, deal 5 damage to all enemies. But on Seifer 2. Amazing. Amazing. Got a quick dad joke for Howl. Did you hear about the carpenter? He was fired. He was getting hammered on the job. Alright, we want to go find that teacup for Aurora for sure. Begin the inking. Okay, gold overlapping here. Dragonfire on turn 1, attack for 82! Oh no. Oh no. This poor fairy.
Feels good. Is that it?
A poor fairy. Not that one. This looks familiar. Ancient creature sniffs the air. Oh, have you found my teacup? She brightens, filled with new energy. Give Aurora her teacup. Thank you, child. Will you help out an old lady by finding her way out of here? We have unlocked Aurora. It's the 4th character. She's now available at the camp for us to recruit. We are still missing an elite or two. Oh, there's a regular battle here too, I missed. Let's do that first. I guess I'll use the eye soon too. Sure, I could just murder the boss. But where's the fun in that? Up D4 3 times, wow. Oops. Oh, because the first hit each turn deals double damage. Okay, so Frenzy doesn't actually do 24 3 times. It does 24 plus 12 plus 12. That's why that looks weird. Dare you to summon more enemies, you stinky bomb thing. Let's go. Strike. Guard. No, we lose the Absorb Soul, whatever. We're at full health anyway, right?
Alrighty, Sid.
Able to just cleave through all this. No problem. There's Dragonfire. GG.
Hey, Biggs!
GG. 5 spaces in a straight line, that should make it easy peasy to get to... well, that, probably. use that over here. Ooh, got a stack of pages. Nice. I should just hold on to some of these. We're trying to get through the block here. It's too much. Not gonna be able to deal with that. Okay, fine.
Noise.
Don't need to heal anyway. I'm not sure why I was trying to min-max that. Okay, we have over 1,000 gold again. Got anything legendary for me that I want, Nadim? Or Spirit could be okay on the, something or other. What about a zero-cost copy of a card from the Drop of Echoes? Take another Frenzy and put Mighty Ruby in it would be good too. Bullfrog Berserker. Start of each turn, double this ally's spirit. So take a Bullfrog Berserker, give it 4 spirit. Scales very, very fast. Although paying the 5 cost is tough. Copy of Ritual Strike is an interesting one. Generate a lot of energy. Yeah, that does actually seem pretty good. Sure. Where did that card go? Frenzy, here it is.
Interesting.
Mr. Oh No Bananas, thank you so much for that 7 months of glorious support. 12 tiles versus 10. 10. Still haven't found any hidden elites anywhere. Not that I think it's going to matter too much. Yeah, this is what, 28, 14, 14? Yes. Should just play the draw one thing. Oh, interesting. So, Barrage with the Hunting Scope only makes it hit the front guy for double damage. Very interesting. Whatever, you're dead now, so... Bye-bye. Gold that way.
as good as that it?
Space is an alarm. Let's do that down here. Then I'll brush. Reveal a bunch of stuff. Will it actually give me anything? Not sure. No. Alas. Is that all the combats? Looks like it. Oh yeah, we've got this too, actually. Sorry about that.
Interesting.
Okay. Have to reveal. That's how I'll actually get to it. Very well. Flame Lick. Alright, boss time. Wait, shop time. Give Force Spirit to one of our allies? Yeah. Can't put that in Flame Splitter. Let's put that in Cast Devil. Oh, it's not valid because of the way that it summons. Alright. To 8 seed then.
Interesting.
Onwards! So this is the enemy that dissolves parts of your deck, and that could definitely mess with us if our... Well, we got Hate Seed down, so I'm not too worried here. I was gonna say we need either Hate Seed or our... our Dragonfire in order to win this. Just 21 damage per turn should be good here. And we didn't dissolve Dragonfire, so it's all good. End of turn. And we might lose it if it's on top, but it's really not going to matter here. Do 88 damage and inflict 88 bleed, that's all we needed. To be entirely honest. Oh, I didn't realize the copy was permanent. Not like Spell Chain. Not like Spell Chain at all. Yes, we do destroy the Dragonfire there. But it's already too late for our opponent. GG, nerd. My ritual strike will blot out the sun.
Hey, Biggs. Delicious.
Alright. Yeah, way more pages. Now we have 74 pages to work on unlocks with. And our first epilogue completion. GG. Card Flesh Weave. Going for 7. Rage Mine. Until your hand is full. You play the Rage version. It's a scrawl. Attack for 8 if you have at least 10 block. Attack for 16. Volley. Attack a random enemy for 1. Attack again for each power Sirocco has. That's the quadratic scaling Tom was talking about. So if you get like 10 power, it's 11 times 10. Blinding Topaz. Add this to your hand at the start of the game. There you go. Innate. Beautiful. Beautiful. I want to try the new character. Title.
Hello there, young one.
Aurora Mythmaker. Aurora guides her allies, empowering them and bringing out their maximum potential. If that proves not enough, she can call upon an army of frogs to fall upon her opponents. Aurora may look fragile, but when she is in danger, she can turn back time and shrug off the damage as if it were all a dream. Aurora's Teapot. Once per battle, click on Aurora to fully heal her. I believe this activates automatically at the end of the combat if you haven't used it.
Let me finish my tea.
He has 20 hit points. But a full heal every battle. So her small base health is intended to be constantly restored, and that's counteracted by her extremely low hit point pool. So who do we want to pair with Aurora? Well, let's get some more embellishments. By the way, these embellishments seem absolutely ridiculous. Just the very first 2 extra treasures. 2 extra relics per chapter is a huge boost to the player output. I imagine with a few more ranks in this, we'll have no problem getting up those difficulty levels. Get another random gem at the start of the run. Or socket chance. Increase the chance for each rune of sight to be a super rune of sight. Rarity cards. Old piles of more gold. Be Shara's life. Alchemists are cheap as heck. Replace 1 strike card in your deck with a random card. Ooh. You can upgrade the chance of that being a rarer card, too. Place 1 defend card in your deck with a random card. $5 and then $15 for those. This card has an extra socket. Interesting. Not gonna stack those yet. That's 2, 5. Sirocco starting life by 8. Tifer's by 6 and Aurora's by 2. So each hero can have their starting life upgraded by a lot, it looks like, with enough pages. I guess we'll take the final boss knowledge. It's only 5 pages after all. We're gonna max this out pretty quickly, right? 5. Yes, we have the base life total there on everybody. 10% per point, so 50% increase in everybody's max HP. That's enormous. That explains the high damage everything does. Each of these kind of costs more per rank, so you're kind of encouraged to splash around. Ooh, treasures higher rarity? Yes, please. Okay, we'll take that set of upgrades. That was a lot of upgrades. And I'm gonna try, I think Aurora plus
Greetings.
Shara. Let's try these two.
We move.
A low hit point run. Before we start a new run of Roguebook here, and there will be another run. Really enjoying this game so far. Before we start another run, I am going to take my first break of the day, as I see we're nearly 3 hours into the broadcast already. How the time flies when you're having fun. Gonna grab a quick snack, refill my water, stretch my legs. Quick bathroom break. When I return, we'll start a new run. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thank you so much for that patience while I was away. Let's begin a new run of the Roguebook. So we've unlocked the second tier, I guess. Of wealth. Compulsive, which says all vaults of wisdom are free but must be picked up. Shop prices are increased by 20%. You can also play with Thousand Eyes and Gladiator, I suppose. That Epilogue 2. So it looks like you mix and match these modifiers in order to reach a combined total, very similar to Hades. So let's play with Thousand Eyes. Runes of Sight are 3 times more frequent, but the towers are gone. And all elites are mandatory, and elites do more damage. That sounds spooky.
Will we ever get out of here?
Start with a
Patience,
Savage
child.
Fang. Deal 5 damage to the hero, give them 1 power. Interesting. Starting deck. 3 defends, 3 strikes, 1 wit strike. Draw a card, attack for 4x your hand size. Quicken. Increase both heroes' power by 2 for their next attacks, and swap the heroes. It's that lunge and that bravery. Gain 7 block, gain 2 courage. Love the arts on these strikes and defense. Like the turtle lady. Wind shield. Start battle with 8 block. Ogre toe. Rewarding us for 2 cost stuff. What does Nadim have today?
Some of this looks familiar.
Yes, I have heard legends of these.
First time each turn the equipped hero plays card costing 2 or more, draw 2. It's pretty interesting. An early quill is good for map exploration too. A lightning draw. Like that. Charge, combo, attack for 10. If it's turn 1, do this 3 times. Wall of Mist. 6 block per enemy. Interesting options. Yeah, putting the Fang on Quicken, indeed. I think we would like to put it on one of Aurora's cards, since she's likely to be able to heal the damage.
This works.
Let's try that. We're playing with free Vaults of Wisdom, right? Tower of Greed. Increase the cost of the hero's cards. Okay, that's good to know. So the final boss will make our stuff more expensive. We'll want to build for an energy surplus then. No, we're not playing with free Vaults of Wisdom. That's the other one. Okay. Well then, excuse me. Let's fight. Suddenly we have, what, Shara defaulting to front? Yes. She gains 3 additional power, doing 3 additional damage when she's in the front. It's a yak attack. Will give us additional energy next turn. You're so cute. Question mark? Guess we'll just take the hit on Aurora. Yes, that goes off automatically. Good. Very good. Okay, we should pay for some more cards, though. Horsemaster. It's an aggressive ally, and you may use them to swap your heroes, but that costs one of their spirit. Windfall. Range, gain 3. Interesting. Or Aurora's Trick. Reduce an enemy's power by 3 for 1 turn. It's a very interesting card design. So I'll take the Horsemaster.
Excellent.
They're useful immediately. Worms. The next attack on an enemy is a crit. Calculate is either energy or card draw, depending on who's in front, or another wit strike. Let's try glowworms.
I like this one.
Feels weird not having the towers. Guess that means we just want to brush in the middle here. Yeah. Let's use these. You should reveal my gems. Wait, what? Oh no, we don't have the relic that forces them to do that. The Rune of Sight revealed another Rune of Sight. That just feels rude.
What's over there?
It's just a pile of gold. Well, I guess sometimes knowing where not to go is just as valuable as knowing where to go. You. That's right, and the front slot is always weak for this fight. So that'll do 20, or this will do 18. I prefer to take the damage on Aurora here. Means we can't play Quicken. Can I defend and then Quicken? I'm not sure. Guess I could... Actually, let's do it this way. Drink your teapot. Now defend, now Quicken. No, you can't block that. Okay, that's good to know. 14 plus 7 is 25. Good. Wait, no, it's not. No! I can't math. But the... no, the ally gets them. Okay, yes, we're fine. Hooray! Good old Imperial Ink. Stuff in opposite directions. Kind of tricky to line it up, but when it works really well. Do like that. Seem that helpful. Oh, yeah, I was gonna brush over here. 9, 11. Gives you an Orb of Feria. Oh yeah, that was one of our things that we unlocked as well, right? Tidal Force, attack for 15. If Aurora is at full health, this costs 1 less. Interesting. Rain of Fish. Attack a random enemy for 8 damage 0 times. When you draw this card, increase the number of attacks by 1. Let's grab a Wall of Mist, I
Let me
think.
show you my moves.
We should hang on to this.
Orb of Feria. Gain 1 energy on your first turn. Gathering more orbs upgrades your orb. They also now have 8 block on turn 1. Works for me. These 3. Poof. Good strike. Okay. We'll go strike, wit strike. I'll probably strike defend. Low worms. Yeah, that's more right. Yeah, that does not get consumed by allies. That's good to know. Very good. Yeah, I'd like to try to get over to that ogre too. Erto. Here though. Trying to figure out how to use the Imperial Ink effectively. Someone 25, thank you so much for those 6 months, that whole half year. Continuous support. And yes, another... I gotta... Those normal battles, they blend in so well with the, something about the rocks. Camouflages them really well. I did totally miss that. Hey, here's a good time for Wall of Mist. or pygmy battle. Or the tiki battle. Excuse me. Front one. I have been made vulnerable. Seems like we're fine.
Return whence you came.
Oh, that's right. They summon
So be it.
more. I forgot about that. But they're no longer stealthed. Noteworthy. I'll just kill the back one now. Five spaces in a straight line. Okay, that's awesome. Is it for 150 for the Himsail's Quill? I think I will take that. Whenever you consume an ink, reveal one extra adjacent tile at random. Makes our explorations a little bit more reliable. 3, 4, 5. Then I can brush. Then I can Royal Ink. Or Imperial Ink. From there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Ooh. I see. That one of them mandatory elites I've heard so much about. Sure, what you got? Queen's Assassin. Grace Piglet, thank you so much for the 19 months of support. The Baker's a year and a half. So I think we might actually want to kill the Defender first. Can't deal with the Assassin until everybody else has been dealt with. Can't get Aurora in front here, so we're going to take the stab on Shara. That's not good. This Wilt Strike does draw a card, so we'll see. Okay, yes, we can use the Horsemaster to rotate and take the stab on Aurora here. Let's do that. So Aurora's bleeding and will take 5 damage at the start of each turn, which is unblockable. We do have that once per combat heal, after all. I think I want to quicken here. We're good. quite have a kill here. Oh, actually I did. I forgot my own horse. Well, that's on me.
A worthy foe.
The Bloodstone. Or Raw Ruby, I guess it's called. +3 damage. Don't have any multi-hit stuff, huh? No. Yeah, so Aurora is able to heal with her teapot. Once per battle, we can click on Aurora to fully heal her. I guess that'll work. Put that on Aurora.
I'll find somewhere to put this.
No, the +3 won't. I don't think won't affect Wit Strike the way you'd want it to. It's only 3 to the total, not 3 per card in hand. I believe. Like 90% sure. A card. Fill the pot. Add 1 sip to your hand. Draw a card for each sip in your hand. Sip. Aurora gains 4 life. Excess healing is dealt as damage to the leading enemy. Interesting. Giant weapon seems kind of low impact. I guess I'll take 1.
Is it a frog?
That gives us a talent tree. Kappa Strength. Whenever you dissolve a card, Aurora gains 1 power? Wow. That is potent. Although we don't have any dissolve currently. Courageous on Shara. Shara starts battle with 3 courage. So your turn, gain 1 energy and lose a stack of courage. So that's energy on turns 1, 2, and 3. Wow. Or Bargain Hunter, 25% discount at the store. That is also huge. I'm taking Bargain Hunter. Kidding me? Like a membership card. Kind of. Oh no, it's these jerks. Alright, I've learned my lesson. You want to kill the ones that are trying to block, because they gain stinky intangible nonsense. Also, you can't have... You know, it doesn't really stack the way that you want it to. Courage. It's 10. 10? 10 won't kill here. Almost did, though. Because 1 power, perfect. Why does this also kill you? Because the ogre too, that's right. Which breaks the shield on you. Another Imperial ink, that's excellent. And we get a narrative event, too. An exquisite-looking rug lying on the side of the road suddenly begins moving. It bends itself into undulating waves and curls, then stretches like a cat. Shara and Aurora look to each other and nod, deciding to approach closer. Who grabs hold of the carpet? 25% chance to gain it. You fly, ignoring obstacles on the map. Alright, Aurora, go for it. Aurora carefully grabs hold of the carpet. Suddenly it bolts into the air with Aurora hanging on for dear life. The ground is so very far away. Carpet bucks back and forth in its attempts to shake off Aurora. It's like some kind of animal. Keep holding. Running out of energy, the carpet slowly drifts to the ground. Having been bested, it seems willing to follow Aurora's command. All aboard the magic carpet. Choo-choo. So I guess that lets me... Okay, so we can now move on to the impassable tiles, and we actually have a magic carpet. Oh, that's so cool. I love it. Turtle on a carpet. Means we can get here. Now we can go over fights. Elite fights are mandatory, they say. Oh, really now?
Aha!
Choo-choo. So this is actually kind of useful now, right? We can fly to this fight. What a spooky fight it is. Quite the right order, but... I should have been strike first. It's not a good attack to double. Got this Aurora. Oh, this is reusable. I understand. I'm gonna use Quicken here, since we've already used our heal for the battle. Here.
I knew we would be fine.
GG. GG. Okay, so we did find one of the hidden elites already. We know there's a gem on the map somewhere, right? Didn't find that. Still have that raw ruby. Ah, raw. Ruby. Alright, I guess we'll... Done with all the regular combats, huh? Right. Okay. Nice. We got a super rune of sight too. Reveal a random item on the map and all tiles in a 2-hex radius. Mirror Moonstone. When you play this, add a copy to your hand with no gems. Well, that's just good with Enchant Weapon, right? Although we're gonna slowly flood the deck with Enchant Weapons if we do that. Still, I want to.
Such a pretty thing.
That.
Ooh, looks like a long way to walk.
Yeah, these heal us.
What is that? Ah, where are my glasses? There's the Alchemist. Transform a card into a powerful new card. Price is so cheap I am practically losing money. I am allowed to transmute strikes. Or defense. Let's transmute one of Aurora's strikes. Craft your new card. Ooh. We choose a card, we choose a gem, and we get a gemmed card to add. Interesting.
Reason to wait on the card draft is that it does cost money, so I may want to use that money on something else, potentially. Alright, I think we're time to fight the elite. Gotta heal first. Go next to the... yeah, we just got that. Okay. Doot doot. Roll Kodama. Attempt to draw Glowworm. Give you both plus power. Use the Horsemaster to put Aurora back in front here, but probably better to put Shara in front for this hit. Oh right, that discards a card. It's foolish. Not too big a deal though. And what got discarded? 12 and block. Easily block for 12. But looking here? Should have done it before. Well, no, should have done. Yeah, this is right. So we can go Wall of Mist, Bravery. Gives us more energy next turn. Seems to be going fine. Again, order. Oh, I really bungled that, actually. Hang on. Hold on. Why is that getting me every time? It does say, it does put the text right on the card. Not sure why Brain is refusing to acknowledge that that will discard stuff.
I feel stronger.
Kobold Step Stool. Your deck is considered to be 4 cards larger when it comes to unlocking talents. Ooh, heal 3 at the end of each battle. Once per battle, attack for 15 and retreat, or whenever you use Aurora's Teapot, heal the other hero for half the amount. That's better than Hardy is. Yeah, T for 2. That'll heal Shara for a lot. All the time. Brilliant. Having regeneration on both heroes, I think, is going to keep us way more alive than we would have been otherwise. I think we'll keep the brushes and the ink for the next floor. Although I'd love the Krog's Crown. Color Shard's reasonable. Oh yeah, it might be based on how much Aurora is healing for. Half the amount. I guess we'll see. You have cards? What do your cards do? Code Suit. Summon 5 frogs. Gain 5 block. Equal to the number of frogs you have. It dissolves. We didn't take that, though. The boss might just kill me. Another Horse Master. Hey, they're decent. Pick one more of those. Good luck to us. Spooder! So fuzzy. End of each turn, reduce the power of the leading hero by 1 for the whole battle. Interesting. Did that to myself. You guys swap. Reduce Aurora's power. Cuckoo. This is Bravery, Horsemaster, Glowworms. Got the damage. Crit is double damage, that's right. Double damage. We are chipping away with those horses. Okay. Idle Force will discard a card. Thank you. So I think I go strike, defend, defend. Aurora is going to be in front no matter what. No, we can change that. Keep Shara alive. Okay. I think we use the heal now.
Thank you.
Yes, half the amount healed. That means Tidal Force is also cheaper, so I can go Wit Strike, Defend, Wall of Mist, Tidal Force. And also Lunge if we wanted to. Again? Yikes. Okay, enchant weapon, strike, then quicken. Back in front. Health is a resource. Alright, it's time to win. Good. Wait, that does... yes, that does win. Okay, good. GG. Spooter defeated.
Rest well.
War. Energy is stored between turns could certainly be good. Or ogre weapons. Whenever we do 20 damage with a single hit, inflict either weak or bleed. Are we able to do that? Not really. I think I'll take the Feria Flute. Get that conserved energy. Double your stack of daggers. Love it. Guess I'll take the Mighty Ruby. Okay, on to Act 2 here. I'm a little bit worried about our damage output. I don't think it's high enough. Like a magnet. See if we can fix that. You got, first of all. When you pick up gold, you have a 20% chance to double it. Good old ogre belt. And you dissolve a card, deal damage equal to the spirit to a random enemy. Interesting. Duel's pretty good. And there's that phase stone again, the holdover. Things to think about. Battle Toads. Summon at 10 Froggus. This looks like a Magic the Gathering card. 12 cost. Whenever the heroes play a card, decrease the cost of Windstorm Colossus by 1. I see. This is a 2-cost card. So Battle Toads does 2 damage to everybody. Or 5 damage to everybody. So I think I'll take the Battletoads.
Let me show you my moves.
We can just go straight to this Vault of Wisdom, because I'm on a magic carpet. Another Windstorm Colossus. 15 and retreat. Oh, I do like kickflip, and we need more damage.
Perfect.
Take that. Triton Tide Lord. Attacking for 15. Fairy protection can't lose more than 1 life at a time. Oh, it's like old Nemesis. Good stuff. Good stuff. So we don't really care about glowworms or any of that. Block? Okay, it does go through block. Whoa. Not cool. Yeah, the original Nemesis was always intangible and had like 20 or 30 hit points, something like that. This won't kill, right? This will only do 1 damage as a stack. Yeah, -2.
Needed.
Glorious victory.
looks like a long way to walk.
Sure does. Ooh. Spicy ink. Leave that on the ground for now, because it does take up an item slot. Oh no. Oh yes! Fucked up. But to be glowworms, then tidal force, then battletoads. Oh well, we'll do it this way. Perish. I actually want Aurora to take some damage so that we get a heal on Shara here. Kind of funny how that works. This is gonna be perfect. Slice and dice.
Thank you.
Vault of Wisdom. Show me a multi-hit card, please. Please, show me a multi-hit card. Kappa Team Master. Whenever Aurora takes damage, put a sip into your hand. Interesting. Mentor is a good target for enchant weapon. Both heroes gain power equal to the Mentor's spirit. Then we just boost the Mentor's spirit, and everybody is gaining power. Or range gain 3 block, reduce all enemies' power by 4. Interesting. Let's try a Mentor.
Useful skill.
Get a new talent tier as well. Amphibian Affinity. Start battle with 8 frogs. That's a lot of damage output. Resilience. Whenever Shara takes damage, she gains 2 stacks of courage. Or start each battle with the ally Storyteller. Draw cost, draw a card. Once per turn. So bonus card draw. Or 8 frogs. Ooh, tough choice. I think I'm gonna want that card draw, probably. Yeah, let's just use the enchants to gain more card draws, which is good since they end up multiplying. Let's take that, Storyteller. And I guess I wanted to come over here for some reason. So we now retain 1 card at the end of each turn.
Aha.
There's some useless gold over there.
Good. Very good. Oh no, these things. With their bond of friendship. First of all, how dare they be friends with each other? Ridiculous. No energy, so no point in drawing a card here. Twit Strike. A lot stronger. Then Aurora can come to the front. Actually, I want Aurora to take damage, so we'll Horse Master her to the front. Yeah, this is the perfect turn to kill this one. Except I don't have any damage this turn. That's gonna be kind of tough. More power! Don't forget, we're also... yes, we keep energy between turns. So that's something to keep in mind as well. You have cards to make tempo decks. What do you mean by tempo? One True Leaf. I guess would be my question. That mean? Something like Adrenaline Offering, so a really fast-moving, short-lived deck. I'm sure you can make something like that.
That was needed.
I'm sure of that.
Time for some tea.
There's definitely single-use cards. There's even cards that like damage you when you play them. Explore over here, sure. A whole lot of nothing except for a gem shrine, which is not a whole lot of nothing. Bleed per hit. That could also be good. Again, I know Aurora has some really good multi-hit cards, we just have to find them. Maybe they're not unlocked? Not sure. The Yakka-Bolt! It's here. Does this count as a hit? No, good. 30 damage sure is a hit, though.
Oh, these breathe like Poems.
That's right, the Yakapult gives everybody 8 block and 4 power every turn, which is pretty out of control. I get spooky really fast. I should kill that. Oh, but I should have well missed it first. That was foolish. Oh well. Also should have played Bravery. But at least we retained it. So that's nice. Fermenter down. Okay, big damage headed our way. Can we end this quickly in a reasonable time frame? We do have Glowworm's Wit Strike. So that might be able to be enough here. Especially if I get the +1 draw off the Storyteller. Because this then becomes... Yep, just kill it.
Thank you.
I would like another copy of Wit Strike, that's what I learned. That is what I learned there. Okay, targeted Splort. Tiles there. 17 tiles here. That's good. Captain Caps, thank you so much for the 26 months. The 2+ year club. She didn't reveal those tiles. That can fly. Multi-hits. Multi-hit, and with 2 sockets. Perfect. 1,000 cuts. Attack an enemy for 6 3 times.
Perfect.
You make that 11, 14 3 times, or bleed 3 times.
This matches my shell.
Let's make it 14 times
Such
3.
a pretty thing.
Keep the bleed for later.
What is that? Ah, where are my glasses?
During the enemy's next turn, each time an attack is fully blocked, add a dagger to your hand. Interesting.
Excellent.
I'll take that. Take 1 copy of that. I'll like adjacently connect. It's a good spot for the Imperial Ink. This. Hey, we got an elite fight with that too. Good. Summon 4 frogs. If you control an ally other than frogs, Tad Pals costs 0. Or quick strike, attack for 4. This will often cost 0. Alright.
I like this one.
Often, but not always. Ah, the double invoker fight, or evoker fight. Excuse me. Take a lot of damage on turn 1. Hey, there we go. That caused some ignite. Hero in this position takes 7 damage at the end of each turn, but it's decreased whenever we change positions. So close to being perfect. Can't play them both, huh? Minus 30. Oh, that was the Crackthorn going off. Good. The enchant weapon will be good for that, too. Is that right there? I do want Aurora to take a little bit more damage here. For more heal. On Shara. Sure, but why, though? What we got? Royal Link. 5 spaces in a line. Not sure where I should try to use that here, but I will use that on this floor, I think. Or 5, something like that. Is anything over here? Also use it like hereabouts. This feels like the best spot. Ooh. Another Orb of Feria. +1 energy on our 2 first turns. Very good with our Feria Flute. Oh, 3 cards. Sure.
Let me show you my moves.
Terrain size matters. Vaults of Wisdom can be visited twice. John, thank you so much for the 4 months. That tier 1 sub. Whenever you end your turn with no cards in hand, Shara gains a power, or whenever you use a brush, reveal 2 extra adjacent tiles at random. I'll take that. It's a lot of extra adjacent tiles. Right, is it elite fighting time? I've got this fight. Will give us more brush strokes to work with, too. Ah, the double jellies. Oh yeah, 10 pills is always free, because I'm a storyteller, of course. Get him. That's a lot of damage, huh? Frogs simply attack at the end of each turn and then decrease their stack by 1. But there's some cards that Aurora have that can use or stack with them specifically. Got 3 daggers out of that too. Buffing those, but I want to.
That was needed.
Yeah, that made our brush bigger. Makes this a really good reveal. 21 tiles here. A better spot for that, maybe? Teen here. Yeah, I'll do 21. On the elite tile, maybe. Yeah. $20. 20 is not 21. Pigment should carry over. Oh yeah, here's a spot. 23.
Is it a
Take
frog?
one more Capistetti. As the heroes enter a blossoming forest glade, they find Majanata, the spirit of Everlife itself. Here is a place of neutrality and power. Majanata will deliver boons to all who visit without fear or favor. Get a boon for Aurora or Shara. Let's go for... let's take one on Shara, our damage dealer. As for healing, asks for long life, gain 10 max life. Oh man, could we have given Aurora 10 max HP? Ask for her blessing, gain 2 power, heal for 5 at the end of each battle. If the hero dies, the blessing fades. Or I can choose a different hero. So yes, we can give 10 max life to Aurora here. I would like 10 max life on Aurora, thank you. Majanata gently places her right claw on Aurora and her left on a nearby tree. She closes her eyes and concentrates. The tree begins to wither and fade, but Aurora feels their vital energies flourish. Aurora's mind flashes with images of rain, sun, and wind. They discover that trees, too, have a memory all their own. But the tree... Alright. Now it's elite time. The Rakoan War Machine. If we're going to use 1,000 cuts just directly on this. Repulsed. Some daggers. So kickflip will actually perfectly kill the front one. So go riposte, quick flip, riposte 1,000 cuts on this thing. Kickflip. Blam. That did 10 damage for the Crackthorn there. 4 damage. So draw with Storyteller. A lot of damage. Currently alive. We're gonna kill this. Oh no! It's fine now. Your numbers are too big. Please stop. Okay, you go in front now. Okay, good. Turn off sounds perfect. Cards in the draw pile. If I hit either 1,000 cuts or Wit Strike, I think we're okay. Let's enchant weapon. There's Wit Strike. Okay, so this does all the damage we need.
Thank you. I feel stronger.
GG. Equipped hero gets reap 10, gain 10 gold. We'll put that on
I think
Shara.
I've seen this before.
Maniac in a Mask, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Well, are tortoises the best at bedtime stories? Because they're best at telling them. Oof. Pomadrone, did you hear about the shy turtle? She was finally able to come out of her shell.
Alright, let's use a brush here. Not looking for anything specific and not finding anything. We collect these health ups. To some extent. There's one more card reward. Toot toot toot. No. Could cost you 2 or more. Battle Totes costs 2, Wit Strike costs 2. Yeah, let's give Ogre Belt to you. Not sure I care about Gauntlet of Might. Not sure what I want Holdover on either. Bertie McDurr, thank you so much for the 3 months.
Very nice.
Ah, the Berserker. Oh boy. This lad's gonna be tough. Berserker gains 2 power for the turn every time we play a card. Awfully spooky. This deck likes to play cards. Boy, does it ever. And it's got a multi-attack, too. Super spooky. Fortunately, we have the Feria Flute letting us conserve energy between turns. Oh, shoot. That's the wrong order. Which can let us save up for a turn when he's not attacking, like this. 10 for 1,000 cuts. I should have an extra energy available to me next turn. Do this now, actually. Yeah. We should be able to kill with Wit Strike here, I'm hoping.
That was needed. A worthy foe.
Ruden's Talon. If you damage more than one enemy with a single card, draw a card that costs 1 less. Guess that's fine. I have 2 brushes, not a lot of good places to use them. I guess I'll use one here. See if we get anything, although I'm not expecting a whole lot. Oh. We got a Gem Shrine, 2 piles of gold, and a Runasite. That was super worth it. Cost reduction or more block? Oh, I want the Kappa studies to be cheaper? Yeah.
Interesting.
That was nice and cheap for me, thanks.
Ooh, looks like a long way to walk.
And there's our Alchemist. Pay 75 gold, destroy a card, get a new card. Let's lose a strike.
Got a new 1,000 cuts. We want one. Make a cheaper 1,000 cuts.
Such a pretty thing.
Can you get rid of cards? Not very easily. Regular old removals are not a thing in Roguebook. But you're encouraged to keep increasing the size of your deck, because it'll give you powerful passive abilities for doing so. Oldest Man Winner, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Keep it cozy. Again, I don't want any of this. Not even the Phase Stone? I should consider a Windfall with my thingy. Calculate's also alright. At the moment, my lord, I'm not sure if it's possible to decrease the number of cards in your deck. What? It's just a Fugu? The Blessing of Maginata. 5 power, gains 5 block and 5 power every turn. Interesting. Gain the 5 power. Super confused. Why do I feel like I should be worried? This becomes 13 by 3, that should kill.
So be it.
It's Maginata! Greetings. The very creature that blessed us earlier. Love the sprite animation on this. It's so good. Takomata. It's got a lot of health. Remember, 6 damage, lose 2 power this turn. It's buffing. That means it tends to use a major buff. I see. Do I summon Battletoads? I don't think so. They save energy here. Oh. I understand. It's gonna be like that, huh? It's a really cool design for an enemy. I should have used one of those on the storyteller. I guess I'll draw just one more now. Ugh. None of this does any damage. Oh no. Well, that's deeply unfortunate. At least the minions will hit it. And so will, yeah, our relic will hit it too. Okay, I'm gonna stay just like that.
Hello, young one.
No problem.
Thank you. I feel stronger.
GG. One more pages. We'll heal. Our treasure is... Well, we don't want Amai Candelabra, because there are no Sky Towers. Each ally gains 1 more spirit. That's really good. Or when you destroy an enemy, shuffle a hunt down into your deck. Leading hero gains 10 power for their next attack. Wow. Let's take +1 spirit on allies, though. We've got quite a few of those. Fall enemy block or focus. Start your next turn, draw 2 Shara cards, gain 2 energy, and move Shara to the front. Love it. Hit for 10, an additional time for each sip in your hand. Interesting. I want focus, so I'll take all 3 of those. Which also gives us our last talent tree. 7 inches taller. Aurora has even more max life. Knife juggling. Whenever Shara adds a dagger, add twice as many. Both heroes gain 1 power. Let's make that total even taller. 39 max HP. Thank you. On to Tamarin. What do you got for sale, sir? At a discount. Your discard pile is larger than 15. 1 hero's block cards give more block. Oh, Magda's Rose is really good. At the start of your turn, you draw a card. It costs 0.
Or Gem Silk Scarf. If the equipped hero did not attack this turn, draw 3 additional cards on your next turn. Like a pocket watch, but a little different. These are both really, really, really good. Oh, that's right, you are allowed to take talents from lower tiers. Somebody mentioned that. I have to try doing that on a future run. Gains 4 spirit. Hey, Super Okaman! Hello and welcome. Glad you're able to catch me live today. Gem of Gravity, double damage. Oh man, hold on. You're telling me I can double damage my Wit Strike? That's also pretty good. Alright, well it's clear that we need some money. Probably gonna go... Oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna go. Hide. Block per turn, and you are Nadim's Purse. Items at the shops cost less per card in deck. Okay, let's go get that first. Is good. Devil Drummer. The ally having one more card is good too. Or spirit or whatever. This first. Or no, I shouldn't have. It's fine. Yes, that's a good animation. Thank you. 24/2. Good lord, dude. Please, no. No need to be rude. Oof. Roller's taking 6/2. Command Dance. At the end of each turn, the hero loses 2 life for each stack of Command Dance they had. Ah. Understand. We can use the Horse Master to remove that. So close to a kill here. Glowworm into 1000 is not lethal, I don't think, right? This only applies to the first hit. So it's going to be 32, 16, 16. But that might still be enough if I battle toads, right? This will do 5, 15. Yeah, I think that's still enough. Yeah, that's still enough.
That was needed.
Oh, we got a bigger brush. Means we could reveal 25 tiles. Kind of kabonkening everything to death. In the good way. Blab.
Hello, little friend.
You!
Oh, you.
Took my Mecha Magnet, my Retain. We've got a fairy here too, which has locked our brush, so we have to get into combat with it before we're able to do more things.
Aha.
To take cards first, let's take a look at least. Another mentor. This one has 2 slots on it. Ally aggressive. Add Shara's power to this ally's spirit. That sounds really helpful. Actually, because then when we boost Mentor, we'll also boost the Battle Brother.
Perfect.
Alright, now let's fight you for some money. This is a stage 3 fairy, so 200 health and 40 block per turn. Actually do in fact get 11 frogs. Wondering. Save some energy here. Oh yeah, that's right, we're not retaining because of we don't have that relic right now. Well, that's fair. Here's our damage. Okay, bonus money if we can score a kill here. We're out of opportunities to draw cards. Is that enough? I think that is. Yes.
Thank you.
GG. Okay. I think we're at a comfortable place damage-wise. Alright, that's enough to buy Magda's Rose, which will definitely make us very strong. Start of your turn, draw a card that costs 0. Yes, please. Yes, Evil Muffins, the gameplay and deck building are quite deep. You build a deck out of cards from 2 characters on each run, so you're mixing 2 different decks together, sort of. And each card can be upgraded with gems that you find along the way that have quite a few different effects. So the possibilities for effect of card plus gem get pretty complicated. There's a lot going on. And it's a fun time. Okay, we'll do 4 tiles out to Beefman, I suppose. I was supposed to go get this before I bought stuff at the shop, but I forgot to. It's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Another Orb of Feria, perfect. And a Super Rune of Sight.
What is that? Ah, where are my glasses?
Good.
I said the gem system's a bit more similar to Monster Train than anything else. So is this the zero cost card from... Thingy? This deck is not that good at defending. Done this first. Wow, so close to being a kill there, even.
That was needed.
Alright, we should pick up maybe one more decent block card if we could find one. That's what I learned in that fight. I want to block. Trio Link's a really hard one to use. This is a block card.
I like this one.
Take that. Curious Biomancer. While this is in play, retain your hand and store energy between turns. Interesting. This guy just gives us energy every turn. Let one. That does seem good.
Let me show you my moves.
Show me your moves. Ah, this enemy, this thing's kind of interesting. It's got taunt. Zero cost wit strike, huh? That's ridiculous. I should have storytellered before I did that. Okay. Go and brothers. Focus. Makes us weak for one turn. 32. Excuse you. $32. Let's
put Aurora in front here. Now we might as well attack with this, because this will activate the Crackthorn, too. Picks off a minion, which means the main boss will recreate it and take 30 damage.
I can summon two, you know.
Boom!
Thank you.
I knew we would be fine.
Okay, Precision Ink is exactly what I was hoping we'd find. Get a couple of these one-offs.
Ooh, looks like a long way to walk.
Nice. Okay. Shop is now cheaper. We almost have enough money for... Actually, we do have enough money now for another good thing at the shop. So let's grab that. We want 4 spirit. Let's grab the Gem of Evolution. Stick that into our... Mentor.
This matches my
So Mentor now
shell.
gives everybody 6 power. That's a lot of power. All of the other heroes' cards cost 1 less this turn. Windstorm Colossus seems pretty good, actually.
A useful skill.
Now that we have this stuff. Not a very good Imperial Ink. Good though. You take 2. Also, trance. Draw until you have 7. I'm not going to take a second one, though.
Aha.
Okay. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Turtle time. Hey, another Wit Strike. That I've been hoping for.
Is it a frog?
Give me that. It's good stuff. Go up and down from here. Actually, let's Precision Ink. And that'll let me use the Imperial Ink meaningfully. Like this. Perfect. Before the adventurers lies a massive gateway adorned with variously colored gems. Nearby, a mountainous, elegant dragon slumbers quietly. The adventurers recognize this dragon as Orose, guardian of the realm of Pandora. Take one of my treasures and be gone. The ocarina, the lamp, or the mirror. Let's try the lamp this time. We used the ocarina previously. Add a random card from each hero to your hand. They cost 0. Yes, please. Surely these lamps are only the stuff of legends. Unless you rub it just so. Burrow gives us our Mecha Magnet back, and a new one, the Bloodfire Mask. First time the equipped hero takes damage each battle, draw a card and gain an energy. Nice.
What is that? Ah, where are my glasses?
Free block each turn from the Yakide. Specaz asking why I'm leaving the vaults unopened. I don't actually have a great answer to that. No, I don't like letting the deck. 3 times your hand size. That's a good card.
I like this one.
That's a good block card. So I want to use this money on other stuff. Or is full life gain 2 energy? That's good too.
Is it a frog?
That was good too. Yeah, I don't have an answer as to why I was leaving those unopened. Flammenthrowers. Go with strength first. On fire. So Quicken damages me, so that should immediately result in a card draw and an energy gain, right? Yes, it does. Nice. That's cool. Waste 1,000 cuts here. The frogs will get him. That was a lot of cards.
That was needed.
$72. Somebody said there was another fight available, or maybe that was the one that was available. Oh, no, this one. Greetings, Mr. Bomb Man. Hunter is actually better to play first now. Finally. Udegra. Attack twice for damage equal to the size of your draw pile. Wow. Jeez, that damage. Wow, what a turn. Oh, I should be used tea time first there. Whoops. It's okay. Block does naturally decay, but we're getting 3 per turn from the Yakhide, so that's why we're going to start with 3 at every turn.
Thank you.
This deck has really come together. So we got exploding ink. It's gonna be really good probably here.
Ooh, looks like a long way to walk.
Doesn't it though? Okay, we're already full blocking, so there's no need for repulse this turn. Definitely some of the mentor. I think I'll use you as well. Could lunge, do 19. That's pretty reasonable. I think we'll actually put glowworms instead. We're gonna have a good turn next turn. Okay, we lost one or more cards. Not really sure. And we'll draw a card from Quick Hit as well. 1,000 cuts first. I'll gain the benefit from being in front first. Casual 52, 26, 26, no problem. Excellent. GG. Man, the stacked mentor is so good. Bet that I had, well, you know what? Let's discard all of these. Oh. I understand. That's fine. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Noted. Around here, maybe. Do have still an elite to fight. Nothing. Rude. Ah, it's the Blood Man. It's me, Blood Man. Yeah, this is a fight where doing too much damage too quickly can actually be quite bad for you. Something to be aware of. Okay, draw 3 cards, then put a card from your hand on top of the deck. Wow, that's a good ally. Our little one. Refund its price with courage.
Return whence you came.
As everything else gets power. Boost that seer, because it seems really good. Destroy that. Windstorm Colossus costing 0. Hell yeah. True to the Moon Strike. That's cute.
That should be enough.
More! Yeah, I do this. Crazy. No, my mentor! Rude. Jeez, that's a lot of cards. More cards, please. Number of allies is 6. Okay. But no room for frogs. Truly a sad day. Ooh. I had hand space full there.
I can summon 2, you know.
So be it.
Do that. That's right, Mentor didn't get put in play either. No sign of Mentor. He's there in the draw pile.
So be it. was needed.
I guess we'll put power on you. I can draw more cards too. There's 1,000 cuts. Perfect.
Return whence you came. Rest well.
Pile of gold, a gem of growth. Ally gains 1 spirit. It's fine or whatever. That.
Such a pretty
Into the
thing.
Colossus, why not? Alright, time for the final boss, at least, once I use the last of my brushes here. Tile. Feel better? Not really. Okay, so we can buy the gem silk scarf if we want. I do want to make a double damage. Yeah, let's put that on. Who's attacking? That on her. Never use this bleed thing.
Interesting.
Alright. Onwards. For our final boss, who increases the cost of cards, which could be a real problem for us. Let's see how it goes. Whoa. Avatar of Greed. All cards cost 1 more. Doomed coin. Your cost, gain 3. You cannot draw cards this turn. At the end of the turn, add 2 doomed coins to your hand. Not sure I understand. Oh, the zero-costed card from the Rose is still zero cost, though. Oh, I see. It's about hand clogging you. I got it. That actually makes quite a bit of sense. So it's like, how many cards do you want to play? I understand. That's right. Enchant weapons. Annoying. No! Wait, what? This is actually 0? This became 1 cost for some reason. Wait, now it's 0 cost. What? Explain yourself, game. Okay, do I want to play any of the rest of this? I don't think that I do.
there's Mentor at 0 cost. Good. You tripped me because you're rude. I understand. Very rude. Did he want to repulse this turn? I don't think so. Just hit it really hard. Three horsemen. Play one of these. So I just put 2 of them in their hand. I'm not going to play anymore. That was plenty, thank you. We have 12 energy now. And here's our Wit Strike. Draw a card, attack for 4 extra hand size, 94. Times 2. Oops. Bonk. Nice hit. Very nice hit. We're like almost ready to finish it, in fact. In fact, we are ready to finish it, right? You take minus 39, so just kick flip and we're done. GG.
Thank you. That's one for the books.
GG, everybody. Greed is dead. Familiar. Whenever you draw or play this, summon 3 frogs. Love the frog art. Okay. Phantasmal Might. If you draw or play this, the other hero gains 2 power until the end of turn. 1 energy for each ally you control. Ooh, that's a cool little power. The Knight's Pauldron. It's the first time each battle the other hero would take lethal damage. Swap the heroes and gain 12 block. Interesting. Bet that's very good with Aurora. GG. GG. Awesome, awesome. I definitely want to spend those pages that we just got. I think we might be doing a 3rd run, too. Let's see here. So we have 91 pages. Bonus treasure. Gain a randomly assigned treasure at the start of each run. Well, that I definitely want. It's only 10 pages to get. Start the run with a random ink for 20 pages. That's also good, giving us more exploration power. Total 18, 15. So yeah, you're really encouraged to just like put 1 rank in everything at the start. And get that last talent tier. Additional Hidden fairy wells. Sure. Only 6. 2 random gems at the start of each run. Get up to 3 random inks at the start. I don't see any reason you wouldn't be able to max out this progression page. Game gives you plenty of pages. So it looks like you'll max this out relatively quickly. I'll get, you know what? 2 more life on Aurora, who I'm planning on using at the next run.
Don't waste my time.
Aurora plus Safer, I think is the combo we're going to roll with next. But before we get into another run here on Epilogue 3, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my legs, stretch my water. When I return, we'll do another run. Don't go nowhere, everybody. I'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thanks so much for your patience while we were away. As I'm coming back, why don't we take a moment to remind ourselves and each other about what's good in life, with a moment of positivity. So, dearest chat members, I'd like to hear from you. Something in your recent history, today or yesterday or this week, that left you with a good feeling, a positive vibe. Some good news that happened to you or a friend, a good meal that you enjoyed, or just something nice that happened. Put that up in the chat and spread some love around. Apoyo Batman bought some ice cream today. What flavor? Tasty either way. LARP Freak had a fantastic job interview today and then had yummy food, the double whammy of good feelings. Tom found a partner? That is awesome stuff, sir. Best of luck to you and yours in your journeys together. Cornetto Strawberry. Very tasty. Markov Decision Processor just found out that your first maths paper got accepted into a conference. Congratulations! What a wonderful first chat message to put into the channel. Congrats. OmniCloud's just having a good time, and you know what? That's awesome. Triniman went for an amazing run this morning. Me too. I got out for a couple miles at like 8 a.m., which is a good way to start the day for me. Klein just bought their first house, extremely lucky in the current market, and got a 2 streak on Silent 820 Hearts. That's a big deal. Congrats. Rakaslovas last week finished their bachelor's degree. Now you're a free man. Enjoy that freedom. That's awesome news. Just hoping you can, yeah. The whole world is your oyster. Even if it is sometimes a stinky oyster. Faylord says today was their last day of work until July 5. Wow, like 2 weeks off. Really excited for a relaxing camping trip with your wonderful partner. Hope you both enjoy. Camping is definitely a good way to find out if you like your partner. Seebly says you've been loving playing Spike Ball a lot with the nice weather. Spike Ball. Janice looking forward to the birth of their second child. Here's hoping for a safe and wonderful entry into the world. The world is your scallop. Just doesn't quite have the same ring to it, right? Space of Diamonds says their young puppy is fresh but absolutely adorable. Put him in the Discord if you haven't. Got a pets channel in there. Boltan, congrats on the new job too. Sorrow says after 2 years of research, they finally made one of their target catalysts. Probably. Yeah, I know how it goes with the when it comes to lab work. But congrats on that. Always feels good to make a breakthrough of some kind. It's a tool bought their girlfriend a ring. Gonna be a couple more months before you get it, but you're excited. The kind of ring that turns a girlfriend into girlfriend plus. Glory Girl says they got a new coworker and she's super awesome. Nothing like coworkers that are interesting or that you can be friends with to make the work a more enjoyable experience. I've had it both with that being true and that being not true, and I definitely prefer it when your coworkers are somebody you can talk to. A planeteer. It's the Earth ring. You interned at a lab for a year and it was literally do the essay 150 times kind of work. Yeah, it's definitely not for everybody.
I learned trying to work in academic and chemical related stuff that I strongly prefer playing video games. And so I guess I'm just gonna do that instead. Currently it's working out for me. Alright, approacheth the gate, angry wolf, and calm turtle lady. What penalties will we take this time? Back enemy always starts stealthed. You know, that doesn't sound that bad. Which makes me strongly suspect that it is in fact really bad. And I'm going to find out the hard way just why. Probably in boss fights, especially. I'm not allowed to attempt an epilogue higher than we have unlocked, so we have to pair this with either exploration or fairy hunting. I find I like the fairy hunting a little bit less, having tried it now. The fairy fights are fun, and those could be useful, especially with Seifer. But they take time. And this strongly reduces the impact of gold-giving relics as well. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, there's a couple specific fights where this is going to be really bad. I've played exactly one run with Aurora, one True Leaf. I can't speak to her quality overall. Makes sense that she's popular. Her automatic healing is a really nice way to gain some sustain in a game that does not offer a lot of healing. Choco Bear, by the way, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome, welcome. And Faye Lord, thank you so much for the 7 months. Bring back a bit of love for the positivity. Hey, hey. Super appreciate that. Yeah, I really like this style of penalizing the player, because it allows you to try out different modifications to the game, see which ones you like, and if there's one that really, really annoys you, you don't have to use it. Whereas, for example, in Monster Train, there's no way to play without that Ember Drain penalty on the top floor if you're going for max difficulty. That can be really annoying. For a game with a similar approach to difficulty, but you know, a different core gameplay loop, Hades is an excellent, excellent title. An action RPG where most of the difficulty is done by something kind of like this. All right, let's do fairy hunting plus hidden. All vaults of wisdom are free. That's right. Well, we haven't tried compulsive yet. I have to disable that. So there we go. Hidden plus fairy hunting. Onwards to glory.
As soon as we make it out of here,
Oh.
I don't want to see you again.
Well, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. So because we took fairy hunting and prices are more, this golden pick is a lot less useful. Charge combo. It's a gem we start with, as well as a +3 damage, and an Imperial Ink. Starting with all this stuff sure is nice. Turtle and Rat. Okay, and we're doing the dissolve thing. We started with Quicken again. I'm gonna appreciate Quicken not doing damage to me this run, I think. Oh, sweet, and we got a Frenzy to start. And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and put Raw Ruby into Frenzy here.
Such a pretty thing.
So that this is 11 times 3. Charge combo. Not sure what I'm going to want to do with that. So we have the Knight's Pauldrons. Oh, we'll get to play with these on this run. First time each battle,
that one hero would take lethal damage, swap the heroes, and gain 12 block. Or the other hero. Do I have to equip this on a particular hero? If so, we'll put it on Seifer, and that'll let us kill Aurora. Oh, good, and the ink thing is here too. Okay, we'll go for that first, for max exploration. Nice to have the Sky Towers back too. It's wise to draft right away. Another copy of Frenzy. Brimstone Spineburst. Seifer loses 5 life and attack all enemies for 10. We're playing with stealth, right? I should really take AoE when we see it. And the fact that this is 0 cost is a really cool bonus. I think I want this a lot.
Useful.
Give it to me.
Perhaps.
Thank you all. Yeah, this middle chain is a... the Imperial Link actually helps reach both of the towers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4... almost. Up this way. 4, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of reasonable. So the second card that appears when we mouse over some of Seifer's cards are his enraged versions. When Seifer takes a certain amount of damage, this rage meter under his health bar will fill up as he takes damage, and when it fills up, he'll empower one card play to its alternate version. These are usually a little bit stronger. 20 without the self-damage, hit 5 times instead of 3, heal for more with Absorb Soul. Good stuff. Alright, I think we can just go into this battle. See what happens. Okay, so immediately we've got Archer with Stealth. That is... well, like, yes, we would have an exact kill, actually, with Strike Absorb Soul. In a world where... but that's okay, because we can just tank the hit with Aurora. She does heal to full once per battle. We could do Strike Absorb Soul anyway. Absorb Soul is charge. We want Aurora in front, though. So it has to be Absorb Soul, then Quicken and Strike. We still get the +2 on Seifer on whenever his next attack is. Well, I want to lose 5 life? Looks like we just win anyway, right? Yeah. The Frenzy's really strong to start with. Cool. Precision Ink probably lets us position this Imperial Ink a little bit better. Feel this and then... Alright, let's get a card first. Attack all enemies! Yep, that's what I want.
If you say so.
We are definitely going to invest in AoE here. That's a reasonable one to put the Heroic Emerald into. Although that'd also be a really good candidate for a damage bonus. Wish we'd saved the raw ruby, but there might be a damage thing here on the store.
Stay away from the breakables.
And this blocks deal twice as much damage to the leading enemy instead. Interesting. So, turn the block into damage. Fascinating. Reach mind. Okay. Somebody was asking before how to tell card rarities apart, and the shop makes it really apparent. You've got border accents based on the rarity, and there's also a highlight on the sockets of the card. Simple sockets for common with no border accent, silver sockets for uncommon with a silver metal accent, and then gold for the rare. Different characters have different particular styles, but the coloring is going to be consistent. Yeah, instead as in it shouldn't block, I don't think. That's right. Okay, we'll be back for some of that someday, maybe. Do I want to use the Rune of Sight? Sure.
Aha.
Okay, and that gives us a really good use for the Imperial Ink. Oh, with an Elite Battle find, too. Very lucky. So, these orbs are going to give us bonus energy.
Energy never ceases to amaze me.
I get one more card. Wait, I have no money. Never mind. I'll do this. The adventurers stumble over the abandoned remains of an exploratory expedition. Upon approaching, they begin having visions of a place lost to time, the ancient city of Thyria. The Roguebook must be playing some whimsical trick on them, but they soon realize they have some control over what is happening, much like that of a lucid dream. Whilst exploring this otherworldly place, they discover several points of interest. Raise a sky tower, create a visible treasure, build a visible alchemist, or gain a Thyrian shield. And equipped hero blocks increase the amount by 1. So, oddly smooth stone for one character. That seems fine. Apothecary lets us pay money to transform a card. We remove one card and create an upgraded card in its place. I think these are very good, probably. How does that compare to getting a treasure, though? I really like treasures. Kind of a sucker for treasures. And I don't think I've seen all the treasures in the game yet, so I'm going to keep finding those. Give me that. The adventurers enter a vast marble chamber that stretches as far as the eye can see. On display along the wall are thousands of treasures, artifacts, and other curiosities. Must be a museum of some kind. Some of these items appear to be very, very old. As old to this city as the city is to them. Aurora reaches out to touch one and everything vanishes. Where did it go? Ooh, don't even have to go far to get it. It is the Spear of the Guardians. Whenever you play a melee card, deal 10 damage to the leading enemy. Wow. Melee being a keyword that makes cards cheaper in the front row. There is one such card here in the store. Entrench is a melee block card. So I'll probably end up buying that for 80 gold. Moving around does not cost anything, no. What costs stuff is revealing new tiles. You'll note that some of the tiles are colored in green and parts of the map are brown and unexplored. That requires us to use ink bottles or brush strokes, both of which are limited and replenished by fighting enemies. Paint here so that I can rush to the tower. Here's our alchemist. Here's a bunch more stuff. Strike is not considered melee. No, melee is a specific keyword. It's not like an attack type. We're used to the like melee range magic categories. But strike is none of those things. Only a card that says melee on it somewhere. I will activate that effect. J-Mark, by the way, thank you so much for the 22 months. So, regular ink. This does have to go on somebody, so the other hero would take lethal damage, swap the heroes, and gain 12 blocks. So we put that on Seifer, so that we can let Aurora die.
Interesting.
To do stuff. You can use the precision ink to reach this normal battle. Probably gonna do the elite battle soon. Oh, lucky find, too. Good old Shadow Gem makes something cheaper. 4 block is not bad either, and one of the benefits of putting a block stone into a card is that it will make the card move the character to the front. Take the gem, though. Put that into Aurora's Defend.
This matches my show.
Okay, this fight's not changed much. Good. Doesn't really matter who's attacking, right? Playing Absorb Soul, so Seifer ends up in front either way. And a bonus energy from the Orb of Furia, that's right. Perfect turn. I think I should just pay the price here. These guys are very mean.
Is that it?
Seifer seems like he had a bright idea. During that combat. And I definitely feel like I'm strong enough to take out an elite after bonking those enemies so thoroughly. Doubly so if we add a card which will... No, we need 2 more. In the way of my tower, sir. I guess I'll go to this fight next. Not picking up the ink right now because you have limited slots, very limited, and you can't put things down once you pick them up. So I want to be careful about how I manage that. That makes sense. That's right. Can both absorb soul and frenzy here. I'll use the spine burst too. builds rage as well. Okay, so all we have to do is put Aurora in the way of this attack. Then we'll play... Attacks 2 more damage if we're in the back row, so what we'll do is defend, move her to the front, then play this. Oh no, it's not quite enough! Disaster. But we can do the Knight's Pauldron thing here, so that'll be fun. Well, yeah, we can of course quicken, but that doesn't make this lethal. So we want to die. Right, so what happens is... Seifer takes the hit because of Knight's Pauldrons? Yes.
This is wasting my time.
Cool. And that's exactly enough money to buy Entrench. Not sure why I thought that was called Barricade. I think that's going to be good with the Spear of the Guardians. Okay, let's fight this elite so that we can get to the tower. Alchemist might have been a better short-term use of money. That might well be true. This guy is definitely a little spooky. Permanent vulnerability, that's right. Okay, we go Frenzy, then Entrench, Brimstone, Spineburst, Defend. That'll work pretty well. Definitely worth taking the damage here, I'm sure of that. So we only take 3 more. Let's quicken. And Entrench again, good stuff. So absorb, quicken. Put her back in.
kill? Yeah, strike and spine burst will kill, right? Yes. So we're losing a decent chunk of health on Seeker, but it's nothing we can't get back. And that was a fairly early elite fight, too, here. Oh, I like this one. The Gaia's Graces. Lots of free block for us. Love to see it. Okay, here's a whole bunch of stuff. There's another alchemist. Okay, well, we're gonna need some money then. We have some money now. Phew! 120 gold, well, convenient. I have exactly that. Turn Aurora's strike into something else, please. We'll build a card for Aurora, which I think is what I want to do right now. Yeah. Does the card that I transmute determine the rarity of the card that I get? I noticed that we get 3 commons here. I'm not sure what you mean, One True Leaf. With the one card that heals Seifer only gets a heal if he kills an enemy with it. Which is relatively hard to make happen. Oh, these are the middle rarity. Understood. Calculate Shadow Gem seems bad. Definitely no to Savage Fang. Combo Calculate, maybe. That's kind of cool. Let's try that.
Interesting.
The combo keyword means it'll cost 1 less. It'll be free if Seifer previously played a card. And I guess we now take these battles to get more ink to explore with. Although we want to get this first, so... Actually, we can perfectly get that, right? With the ink that's over here? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, good question. Will the charge mean that it can only do the first thing? Maybe. Not necessarily a bad thing, mind you. Oh, hey! It's this fight. You know, this fight. Let's hold out for a heal on Seeper here. So will this draw 2 cards or gain energy? It drew 2 cards. I misabsorbed Soul the first time I drew it. What happened there? I think I forgot about it. Like looking at chat or something. I was way too interested in what Calculate did. There it is.
Is that it?
Ooh, and good old Royal Link. We can use that to get out to this crazy faraway ferry. Ferry, why are you so far away? Oh, you know what I didn't think about when I took the self-damage attack card was gold fairies, where I'll like have to play it, but I'll be very upset that I have to play it. Well, I'm also good to get out here. Why are all these fairies in crazy places? You guys have to be home? Why did you start fighting them yet? Kerblam? And that enraged him, so that this absorb soul is even more healing. Wow. This is another combat that I've previously had quite a bit of trouble with. Not today. Ooh, good old explosive pigment for the biggest, brushiest boom. You absolutely positively must have revealed the entire map. Positioning. Didn't have a particular reasoning to explore here, it was just really good tile coverage. Don't know if there's any better logic to use than that. Again, just not having a good time today. Are all the enemies.
This is wasting my time.
Not bad. Area is kind of difficult to get to. Definitely time to start fighting them. But maybe we get a damage upgrade of some kind. There's a lot of vaults we could open. Got no money though. Yeah, we probably want to brush here. Brushy, brushy, brushy. Or even two more.
The dark spots of the map are meaningful, yes. They indicate untraversable terrain. So we want to avoid revealing the dark spots, generally speaking, because they cannot have objects on them. Or fights or anything. I guess I should actually do the second elite before we do the fairies. Unless I really need something for the elite. Not gonna be able to get the Mask of Chaos. Yeah, I'm just gonna pay for the second Alchemist. And we'll do the elite. This time I'm gonna get rid of Seifer's Strike. Okay, did not get 3 cards of the same rarity. Make an aggressive ally. Oh, make an aggressive ally attack, excuse me. It's like, make an aggressive ally, question mark? You mean? Oh, we can add the melee keyword to a card, which will activate the relic, so we definitely want that. Hex for a block, rage for offense. I like rage generation. Let's take melee, charge, rage.
Such a pretty thing.
Alright, elite time. You. Okay, so we gotta choose carefully who's gonna get the stinky curse thing. So this did draw cards from the back, we determined. 5 energy actually sounds really good though. Then I can do Frenzy, Absorb Soul. Entrench. It's not much of a heal, but still nice. I guess that means you're getting the bleed. Might not have been what I wanted. Well, here it's just definitely worth it to use the Spine Burst, because speeding up the fight saves health. Wait, 6 bleed? Is that 6? What's right, you also get, like, flat stat ups to enemies on the various epilogue levels, don't you? Like that. So we just want to kill here.
That one tasted good.
GG. Rough diamond for block on another card. Cool. Okay. So it's now fairy fighting time. Most definitely. I could maybe pay for 1 card. Oh, we never got the first talent? Wow. Let's do that. We liked Ritual Strike last time, and now it additionally has the benefit of the melee keyword to make that Spear of the Guardians do more. Yeah.
Useful, perhaps.
6 cents. Each turn, the 6th card you draw costs 1 less. 15 gold per battle, or the shop charges less. I will definitely take shop charges less over either of these, but it sounds like we're able to get perks from previous tiers. So I may have to mess with that. Okay. Let the murdering begin! Oh, Quicken is the ultimate card to go with it, because it's an Aurora card that swaps. The straws too. Alright, promising turn 1. No reason to play these remaining cards. I like that those aren't useless. Do I play this? That's the real question. No, I don't need to. Okay. Not with what I'm drawing next turn. Gee.
Is that it?
I do have 20 health on the map that we can use, but we could also actually pick this up and take it with us to the next floor, which might be the better play. Is there any reason to want Aurora in front? No, actually, we generally want him in the front. For exactly this reason. Right. Foolish. Still do some good damage, though, and I don't think it matters. Yeah, I think we almost always want C4 in front when possible. Kill, though. Stop with the heal on. Anyway.
Well,
we get the money.
done.
Yeah, wakes up and runs away at the end of the 3 turns. So it's just a timer on killing them. So we're meeting pretty easily here. Doot doot. Sweet bonus reveal. Should have taken bonus damage on the rage. Yes, the Vault of Wisdom do have a cost associated with them. It costs normally 25 gold to take a card from them.
This is wasting.
And because we're playing with the plus 60% cost modifier of fairy hunting, that's 40 gold for us. They are pricey. Oh, I can't afford the Mask of Chaos. When an enemy is destroyed, gain an energy, draw a card. Seems pretty good. Go buy this. Would give a Bloodstone to Seifer for some regeneration. I'm not sure it's gonna matter. Yes, it is free to skip the Vault of Wisdom. If you look at the cards and then skip, that is free, and that destroys the vault. You can't change your mind once you've looked. Okay, so we still have a charge combo gem. Could be fun to put on. Not sure what, actually. Yeah, always worth at least looking at all of them before you leave to the next floor. That's true. It's a good reveal. I'll paint that. Ooh, really good find. We got a page of the Roguebook. And a Runa's Sight showing us.
What is that? Ah, where are my glasses?
Oh. Showing us that, I guess. Got all the fairies. I want to do any more digging, or is it boss time? I might look at this area. Whiff. Swing and a miss. Alright. Look at the vaults and then go. I don't think it's possible to get enough resource to reveal the entire map. Toad Explosion. Whenever you draw or play this, the other hero gains 2 power until end of turn. That sounds really nice, actually. A Aurora card that buffs
Let
Seifer.
me show you my moves.
I like it. Rolls. Swarm is a keyword the frogs have, basically saying that they all act as one stack. Even if they're all from various sources. I think I'm going to skip this. Don't want to do ally things. Battle Force is okay. This one has an extra slot. Worth considering cards that have bonus slots, at the very minimum. I shall say nay. Another one of these. 14 block, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on top of the deck. Ooh. Kind of like that attached to a 14 block for 2 energy card. I'm thinking about second Phantasmal Might, maybe. Flame Lick's good too. Let's take the Flame Lick. Need to make sure our attack density is there. Okay, on to our Act 1 boss fight. There are no remaining, no sneaky combats that I didn't actually click on, right? Yeah, okay. To the boss!
Don't think I need to heal before it. Oh, it's the new one! The Krog Ogre King! You met him in an event last run. 2 runs ago, maybe. Tends to attack and summon more enemies. Good. Mask of Kalos will be very happy. Not happy that I drew most of my AoE right away, though. Not a great hand, ultimately. We want to keep Seifer in front so that we can play the Ritual Strike if we draw it. And we do heal the full at the end of this fight, so I'm going to play this. Oh, that also activates Rage, so I think that was a good idea. Oh wait, yeah, there's blocking that we have to do? Let's do that. Well, then I failed to have failed to have the correct character in the front. That's okay. Frog's Dinner! Oh my god, they're adorable. If this is eaten, give the devouring creature +5 power. Amazing. I love it. He summoned food. Yeah, that's the first one. 25 is pretty good, though. Brought 3. They don't need the super entrench. So yeah, let's flame like that. Bouncy, bouncy. Yeah, Mask of Chaos doing a lot of work there for us. Giving us 2 more cards and 2 more energy. Now we can start gaining block. There's Phantasmal Might. Draw 1. Perfect. Hit. Good fight. Well, I guess it's not over yet. Let's be careful. So close to a kill, but not quite. So the arrow here is a piercing attack. Anytime you see this icon, it means that any damage that gets through your block will apply to both of your characters. So we'll take 2 to both, because that was piercing. Wicked Ritual Strike, I love it. Delicious.
cheer. I don't know why I click these in a different order. They appear in a different order each time. Interesting. Okay, we're not doing ally things. The first time each turn you dissolve a card, game 1. That'll be good against the end boss, if nothing else. Great Hunt Downs. Hero gains 10 power for their next attack. Draw a card, dissolve. Only when you destroy enemies, though. Do we have any dissolving cards currently? No. Well, I've never tried the Hunt Down, so let's try it and see if it's good. Ooh, a Mirror Moonstone. When you play this card, add a copy to your hand with no gems. That's good for, really good for Ritual Strike. Because if you successfully play it once, you can play it again. It does 20 damage. I also like all three of these cards, genuinely. Another Rage is fine. Double Strike's good. Battle Force is good, too. All good damage. I think I really like the idea of mirrored Ritual Strike.
This
I'm gonna make
matches
that
my
happen.
shell.
Okay, and we're going. What relics have you for sale today? Oh, Retain. Retain's good stuff. And the Ogre Toe. Whenever the equipped hero plays a card that costs 2 or more, deal 5 damage to all enemies. So we're starting to see some of the combo-y stuff now, right? Like this Ritual Strike, when it gets duplicated, is going to activate both the Spear of the Guardians twice, and it'll activate the Ogre Toe twice. So we're now looking at 50 damage for free from our Ritual Strike. And the Garudin's Talon's actually going to work properly for once. I'll probably get that too. My guess is we'll have enough money to buy all 3 of these. Let's definitely start with Ogre Toe on Safer. Not be played without full rage. Does 60 damage. Wow. Oh, Glowworms. We'll definitely have to pick that up. That lets us double the damage of something. I don't have too many good hits yet, but I'm sure it will be worth it to pick up this card. So I'll buy that right now. Worth a buy for Spire fans? Absolutely. Yes. Yes, definitely. It's very familiar territory if you've played a lot of Spire. Very, very similar deck building style, and it's what it does differently is different enough and well done enough to be thoroughly enjoyable, I think. Rage. Ooh, another one? Tea time is here. Or a relatively early Dark Temper. Whenever you add a card to your deck, this permanently gains 1 damage. Yes, Yake, there is an escalating difficulty system that I think is really well done, from what I've looked at so far. More similar to Hades. I think I'll take this Dark Temper.
You say so.
It also gets us a talent. This one bleed. Extra tiles from brushes, or whenever you use Aurora's teapot, heal the other hero for half as much. I'm allowed to... Yes, I am allowed to just take greed. In previous tier. But does that then delay the unlocking of the next tier? Also, Gaia's Grace, what are you doing? Hello? Yeah, this is a cute fight. This guy already has normally stealth, so we're taking no penalty at all from the hidden modifier. No. Dang. Look at the front one. You get plenty of block, so I suppose that's fine. Perfect. We can go Brimstone Spines and then get the health back. Beautiful. Like defense. We want Aurora in front, so we'll have to use Quicken for that. If we can kill without using our rage, Seeker will start the next fight with his rage active. I think I only have one... Yeah, there's one Aurora strike in there. That'll work. Boop.
I knew we would be fine.
I what? Use that on a fairy? No, that's ridiculous. We need to use our ink. Straight up attack for 20. I think I'll take another rage.
Useful, perhaps.
And good rage accumulation feels fun. Early elite offered to us. Do I brave? Same situation as before where it's in the way of the tower. I think I do brave combat with that elite early, in part because our rage is charged. But I'm gonna put my gems in, at least, before I do that. think we should put the combo keyword on... on her cards.
Interesting.
Let's make Spinning Blade put me in front.
This matches my show.
Alright. Oh, it's the Berserker! Five. Ah, yes. Hey, Arga Varga, congrats on that grand finale win. Definitely a tough one to make work. Alright, I think this is the play. It's the superpowered ritual strike, which did not actually put me in the front. I thought it was going to. Take a ton of damage doing this. We'll be able to get it back, and we've done so much. We did 100 damage on turn 1. That's really encouraging. But also, ow. This just hits for 25. These are barely blocking here. No way to put Aurora in front this turn. A little worrisome. Eight plus 10 plus 16. Not enough to kill. Close, but not enough to kill. 18 plus 16 is 34. This will almost charge our rage. I'm debating if I play Absorb Soul so that our rage is fully charged next turn again. Seems like it might be a really good idea. Or maybe we don't want to have our rage charged. Be really unlikely to kill if we don't do this, so I'm going to do this. Although I don't know if it's guarantee that he was blocking this turn, if it's a random chance. It's something that could be really helpful in that kind of decision making. We can never kill with her, so we have to do this. I am allowed to look for my soul thingy, though. I'm gonna try to do that. You're blocking, though? I'm just gonna kill you. Yeah, that was a little spooky. We do live. Let's see if we'll get some health back. Gain block equal to the total cost of cards that are discarded at the end of your turn. That's a fascinating effect. Definitely want that diamond shield.
Very nice. Ah.
Kind of like Cloak Clasp. And an Absorb Soul, but... what cost? Ooh, Quicken makes Absorb Soul a perfect lethal. Good. Wow. What a turn one that was. Interesting, that game gained 10 rage even though the enemy didn't have 10 health. Kapati Master. No, I actually don't want any of this. No allies today, thank you. I do think I want to go get the Diamond Shield before I get into too many more regular fights. Those regular fights are gonna bonk me something fierce. Okay, there's one of our alchemists. Get over to the tower, though. Kind of tricky. +5, yes. Oh, that's what I always wanted to put on Spinning Blade. Wait, I didn't put the block thing in Spinning Blade? I thought I did that. Well, good. Oh, no, it has the gem in it, it's just not showing. That's odd. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bizarre. Put that in the Spine Burst. Maybe we'll find a better card to put in that. Maybe another Spinning Blade. Do you have anything to redeem? Got spammed by Doom coins. Yeah, you have to choose whether to play those very carefully. If you play too many of the Doom coins, you will die. For sure. It's true, we could increase our rage generation with Rajay. Nikomata. Whenever they take damage, they lose 2 power for the turn. Right. That's right. Approach combo. Oh, we can get a critical hit rage. That I like. I've done myself a disservice. I regret it deeply. Actually, wait, could I have calculated there? Oops. Alright, I'll try not to think too hard about how I can play that better. Good. Okay, we have absorb soul in the draw pile, so let's try to get that.
This is wasting my time.
Please. More energy. Okay, lock on turn 1. Looking for something with a good +5 damage upgrade, maybe? Remember, Aurora gains life, deal that much damage to enemies as well. That's kind of interesting. We'll take another glowworms. That's reasonable.
I like this one.
We are encouraged to keep increasing the size of the deck to gain more card talent stuff. Gooditude. Okay, so now that we have that, we should take more normal combats, but I gotta use the ink first. Ink down this way. Do the uninkable. Ah, the good old Fugu. Okay, so we can do the thing. Just kill one right away. I'm in. Also makes me rage. I'm gonna absorb soul is here. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh, we're so close to being able to do the thing. If only I had one more energy. Sad times. Very sad times. Easy peasy.
Is that it?
I'd love to see explosive pigment. Is that over here? Get like 20, yeah, 20 tiles is a good number of tiles, although a lot of these are impassable. Be here. If I use one more.
Ooh, looks like a long way to walk.
For not a lot of gain, too. Why would I do that? Explain yourself. Okay, 16 to each, not quite a KO. Can't target this one with the critify. Charge that rage. Five lines make it more reasonable to get out here. 5 tiles, rather. I don't have anything guaranteed that I can look for anyway, right? The adventurers find a strange and complicated machine. Transform a card into another random card of the same hero. Sure. Get rid of strike. Now we get an enchant weapon. Increase a hero's power or an ally's spirit by 1. Definitely an upgrade. Wow. All the way over there, huh? Hey, there's another spinning blade, which is exactly what I wanted for this mighty ruby. Tackle enemies for 9 twice. Perfect. Okay, now you... Ah, the good old double jellyfish. This makes me enraged. So we can spinning blade 4 times. God.
This deck is so strong. Ooh, Enchant Weapon's also a good card to go with Ritual Strike. Move this way.
This is wasting my time.
Stardust Pigment lets us target our brush basically anywhere. Can lead to some seriously effective tile revealing, like so. 15 tiles. Very well, and a gemstone shrine. Totally worth it, by the way. Should I have maybe secured access to the fairies first? Yes, but also no. Oh, I should put, yeah. Put what's-his-face in front, specifically for this reason. Well, if I rage, it'll still be 3 cost, right? Play it again. So these enemies flee after 4 turns, and your goal is just to do a bunch of damage to them. Basically. Take the 5 to do the 20 there. Yeah, like little transients that drop cold hard cash, that's right. Good stuff. Drop the moolah. Lots of it.
Is that it?
I think I can get away with not using it this time.
Quicken Ritual Strike, the combo! Hey, Fireworks, this game is hella fun. Might be a little addicted. Let's see, do I have any blocks that I'd prefer to turn into damage? Wall of Mist would be a funny way to do that. Or just +3 damage on something. Oh, an Entrench, yeah! So that it does 28, yeah. Actually quite like that. Who needs block when you can do death?
Yes.
Frenzy, I actually kind of want a Devil Strike.
Fine.
Gets us a new talent tier. We are at 22 cards. Okay, yeah, so you do delay your tier unlocking. Guess I'll take T for 2, so that Aurora can heal Seifer when she takes damage.
Very well.
Okay, shop. We have lots of cash. You have all of Seifer's cards retain. Yes, please. And that makes draw 1, discard 1 also very valuable. Let's add that to enchant weapon.
Interesting.
Coil Twitchbot, thank you so much for those 100 bits. And for all of the bits you cheer this channel. Time for a brush with danger. A Rakoan War Machine. I have a bad time with what I'm about to do to it. Got another Rage 2, so let's draw 2, put her in front. Not sure why this is still free. So now Splitting Blade will hit 4 times, so we can go Quicken Spinning Blade. Thanks. Oh, you're already in front, excuse me. I've done a mistake. It's fine. That was a ridiculous turn, one way or the other. And I get to retain that anyhow, so it's actually fine. Bonk. That did take my power. GG. Wow. This has very effectively come together. I don't have any kind of referral link for this one, no, Fireworks. None of that. Just a guy who thinks this game is cool. Playing it on his stream. Tells either way. Let's transmute a card. What card have I not found very useful anymore? Defend? Who needs it? Let's have more hand manipulation. It's almost boss time here. Don't think I want any of this. I don't. Let's use one of these.
Good.
Should be plenty. Okay, so we're fighting the Majinata Spirit again. And we know that it'll pop out of this creature when we kill it. It's pretty cool. Perfect block. Means we should use Wall of Mist, because we'll retain both of these cards. Up front. Does this deactivate the combo? Find out. Yes. Interesting. Not what I expected. We have a lot of power for Frenzy here. It's only for one attack. So I can't enter Frenzy first or anything. And we can rage and then entrench for big damage. Using the empowered version of this
It does 25 block, which with the gem does instead 50 damage. Plus the 10 for the melee keyword. Ah. So last time we saw the boss will enter this creature and empower it. But it's not going to get to do that here. Good stuff. Yeah, we got a relic. Bonus reveal on Sky Towers. Or Kaleem's Prayer. 0 cost to draw 2. Oh, that seems really good. Yeah. Enchant weapon. All of the other heroes' cards cost 1 less this turn? Yes. I want that.
Let me show you my moves.
Gives us 3 more cards as well, putting us further towards the next perk unlock. GG. GR1985, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 9 months. Child support time. Runs have taken between about 2 hours, fireworks, and that's still what we're learning, so I imagine they'll probably tend towards 1.5 to 2 hours for experienced players. We are on a relatively low difficulty now, but the epilogue system makes things quite a bit more challenging as we progress through. We're also having a particularly strong run here. Alright, what do you got, mister? The shop in Area 3 is always, like, absurd. Yeah, Hunting Scope, first hit each turn deals double damage. Your draw pile is larger than 15. This hero gains 5 power. So with a 25 card deck, that's just going to be lots of power on Cypher. Gem of Gravity makes an attack do double damage. Gem of the Scholar says draw 3. I would like to put double damage on our Dark Temper, so that it hits for 44. Fireworks, thank you so much for that 20 months. That was 2 metric years of support. Heck yeah. Alright, so first thing I'm going to buy is the Red Pendulum then. For that I need money. Babungo! First, third time you land a hit each turn, gain 5 block. 2 power in the back row. Interesting. It's probably not going to do much of anything. Bongo drummer. Yeah, these draw cards are sweet. Wow. It's too powerful. Okay, we have to use that this turn? We do. Oh. Yes. Power.
So close! Wow. We appear to be very strong. No!
I'll kill you, frog!
My stuff. My pauldrons. Oh yeah, the relic that we've never used because we've never had to. Except for that one time. Did find another elite. Strange-looking creature with short legs runs towards the hero. Seems to be carrying a large amount of unusually good-looking food. There have been royal banquets with a lesser selection than this. See 10 new cards and add 8 of them to the deck, or eat carefully, draft 1 card. Add 8 of them to the deck? 8 of them. Well, now, I don't think that's a good idea. Although it does make our Dark Temper very powerful. And gives us more perks. Oh yeah, and we're fighting the Destroy All Your Cards boss. Okay, time to gorge. Yes, to entrench. Yes, to trance. Guide. Draw a card the first time you play this each turn. Return it to your hand. Interesting. Yeah, we don't... I mean, a fish is fine. Windfall doesn't seem that good. Equilibrium. Attack for damage equal to Aurora's life. Gain block equal to Aurora's missing life. That's kind of cool. I'll take Windfall over Fleshweave. The heroes greedily devour the entire platter. It was just as divine as it looked. Regretfully, the meal eventually runs out, and you're forced to continue your journey. We have 2 new talents available, looks like. More max life. At the end of each turn, if Seifer is leading, he gains 5 rage. That's pretty cool. Definitely want the red pendulum on Seifer, especially now that our deck is 33 cards. The tankiness to Aurora. 8 frogs. Or becomes enraged, draw a card and gain 1. Or head start, gain 1, draw a card at the start of each battle. Head start sounds perfect for these aggro turn 1s. Amazing. And someone's asking, why do I avoid the Rune of Sight initially? The Rune of Sight explicitly reveals something that you haven't found yet, so it can be nice once you get some of the easy exploration out of the way. I think it can be a nice way to use that. Alright, so we immediately have 7 power. Dang. So I should use this. No reason not to, right? 31? Wait, what? Since when does the Golem attack for 31 on turn 1? Wasn't even paying attention. Why? Alright. Big number, dude. Spooky big number.
This is wasting my time.
Regular ink. Got some sweet combo going on here. We can go Entrench into Recalculate into Devil's Rest. It's also a combo. Kind of a particular order we're encouraged to use here. I can't quite get it. Actually, yes, I can. Wow. Turn 1? Jesus. Pretty decent spot for Imperial Ink here. It's Fairy and... I guess. Do I even want the Hunting Spear? Probably not. 2... that ink now. How have I felt about the map exploration ink aspect so far? I really like it. Makes the moving around the map very enjoyable for me. Oh, these rage cards got way stronger with the pendulum. Dang. Culling's prayers are so good. There's Absorb Soul. Link gets us to the thingy. It's enough anyway. +2 energy on your first turn and +1 every other turn. Oh wow. So that gets really strong with upgrades. That is crazy good. My pauldron's back, thank you.
Very well.
And plus 1 more power for Seifer. Incredible. The relics are a really good mix of novel and familiar fireworks. So if you're a Spire veteran, some of these will be somewhat identical in functionality to things you've seen before, but a lot of them are kind of totally wild. I don't think I'm gonna need this block this turn. Sweet. Okay, so I can activate. Okay, we can definitely get a kill here. Just gonna do Spine Burst, Rage, Frenzy.
Is that it?
See that. That Glowworm Dark Temper. Dark Temper. Excuse me. Good. Honk. Already take that hit. Discard. Who's the Brimstone?
Like filthy cowards.
Good luck at raving. That's a lot of typing to do in a short period of time. Godspeed. I definitely once pulled an all-nighter to, I think, write a 10-page research paper that I'd been procrastinating on. So, like, there's some familiarity there. Ooh, motive energy. Create an extra Feria well on the map, which creates more direct energy. Let's get that. I think I took the motive light before. Cool. So what does a level 5 orb do? +2 energy on your first 2 turns and +1 every other turn. Fair enough. Definitely have enough money for the Gem of Gravity now. Actually, no, let's take the Hunting Scope first. First hit each turn deals double damage. And then we additionally double Dark Temper, and that'll hit for 120 if we play it first. I think it's Rune of Sight time.
I see.
I accept this outcome even if I do not prefer it. It's time to fight an elite. That's what I've learned. We're gonna murder them anyway. You. Okay, we're very good at you. I love the Mask of Chaos against this enemy, who summons minions every time they take 20 damage in one turn. Our temper does 72. Wait, nope. It's gonna be more than that. Time to find out what happens when, oh dear. What happens when it tries to summon 10 minions at once or whatever?
Lambs to the slaughter! More!
Okay, we stop at 4 additional minions. Fair. Oh, I feel so bad for them. Oh no.
Lambs to the slaughter!
It even got a chance to summon a new one before the second hit. Brutal, man. Brutal. Play the healing cards in the draw pile, right? Yeah, Absorb Souls in the draw pile. To all kill.
To the slaughter!
Like a magnet, retain a random card. So I think that's guaranteed to give us a random Aurora card retained, but I'm not actually sure. Alright, let's start looking at these. Get another tier at 36? I'll take another Ritual Strike pretty happily.
Useful, perhaps.
Definitely take card draw.
I like this one.
They're fine too.
If you say so.
So no, 36 did not give me a new tier. Understood. Good. It's fine. Probably plenty of cards. So do we get to retain this? That's my question. Actually, this is a good turn to just use Aurora's Promise. We're gonna have a lot of energy here. Yeah, I think we're fine. Jesus. So much bunketing. Then what's the thing that I want cost? 450. We're supposed to play Phantasmal first? Probably. Use that for energy. And the bleed gets him. Yeah. GG.
Time for some tea.
Okay, now we can afford the double damage on the good card. Craft that into Dark Temper. So it's now attack for 66. Which is so very many. Just like so many. That's right, upgrade mechanic is gems. Give me gems. Rather than any kind of conventional. Gain maximum rage at the end of your turn. Cool.
Useful, perhaps.
I'll take it. Don't want that to... Get an Aurora card. Five cards, perfect. Stay enraged until the end of your turn? Oh. Don't mind if I do. Oh dear.
Oh. Man, that card is cool. Yes. So all of our cards got empowered there. Love to see it. Mecha Centipede. And 4 body segments with one that is stealthed. This is such a cool creature. So the front segment has Final Upgrade. The next segment gains 5 power and Final Upgrade. Interesting. So that either passes when we kill it, or passes as the turn progresses? It's not clear. Oh man, and we start the next combat in Rage after using Hate? That's even crazier. But yes, we started Raged. We sure did. There was some stuff gonna happen here. The turn didn't end. I guess that's true. Attack all enemies. 5 block per enemy hit. Only the first one takes double damage, but this is still crazy. Perfect. And stay that way. It's so powerful. What is this deck? Okay. Okay. And we get the Magnus Rose for that. At the start of our turn, draw a card. It costs 0. And that was all on turn 1, that's right. That was all turn 1. Yep. That's the thing we did. Railing can get me over to that. I want to break the relic bar further, so I'm gonna go get this.
Interesting.
It's getting more and more squished. Block cards get 5 more. I just wanted another relic. Alright, Mr. Final Boss. Good luck to you. See you later, fireworks! Since we are still raged, we did not draw hate on turn 1, sadly. At least not yet, we didn't. Oh, but we did draw Dark Temper, which hits for 160 twice. Although it's actually only 160 plus 80 here. A third of this boss's hit points. Shame this card doesn't have the dissolve keyword, otherwise it would also do another triple damage. Strike is here. Actually, I don't think I want to use the rage on this. I'll use the raw 5 of Hex here. Ritual Strike has combo, actually. Swing big with the Dark Temper there. It's Guide to draw a card. Generate energy with a Ritual Strike. Use Guide to draw a card. Gain energy with a Ritual Strike. Okay, yes, we have more card draw. Good. No more combo, right? Yes, here's combo. 0 rage, draw 2 cards. Perfect. So we go Windfall, Double Stress, draw 2 more. There's hate. Perfect. So if we enter rage, we can stay in rage till the end of the turn. Easy. Block. 4 times. Do 33 more. Alright, so our turn 1 was almost 500... Actually, yeah, almost 500 damage. And 50 block. Not bad. Not too bad.
So we have 7. It's like I was wondering where my cards were. Hello? What happened there? It's funny though. And we've lost our power because we've started digging through the draw pile, so we're no longer doing as much damage. I understand. That just makes sense. Alright, we officially made it to turn 3. That not stack? Oh, again, just having some kind of weird delay. Not sure. GG. What a fun run that was. GG, everybody. Tons of pages. GG. Get some new unlocks. Spell Whirl for Aurora. Choose a hero and add 2 random cards from that hero to your hand. A nice 0 cost draw, essentially. I like that. 24 cost. Draw until you have 9 cards. Reduce the cost of cards in your hand to 0 until the end of your turn. Whenever you dissolve a card, decrease this card's cost by 3. Bizarre. Very bizarre. Brimstone Needle. 22. There's a Hemokinesis card for you. Just max out your rage with Battle Fury. Which turns into, like, Offering. I guess it's more of this is more like Adrenaline. If you're already raged. Goro's Hat. All gold piles are revealed. Anything that gives you map reveal is good, so I like that. Naked Mancer, thank you so much for the 9 months. Bury that boss, indeed. That is going to be the last run for the day, but I do want to spend these pages and get some tree unlocks before we sign off for the day. But I want to say thank you all for joining me for an awesome day of Roguebook. It's been a while to just jam in this game all dang day. So we can get the second replaced Strike and Defend. Let's do that. Max out the talent tiers. $40 pages for 1 random ink. The medic progression's a relatively minor deathbot. You'll get a lot of extremely important upgrades very, very quickly right at the start. And that makes your runs a lot easier once you've gotten your first few pages. And then there's a lot of diminishing returns here, looks like. Chance for more sockets. It's kind of Hades style. So let's get some... Oh yeah, more money to start is good.
Okay. That's all the pages spent. When we return to this game, we'll be adventuring further into the epilogue system, getting through those difficulty levels and earning more unlocks. Until then, that's going to be it for me today. We will be back tomorrow, not later than noon Eastern Time. Just some more cozy deck building action. Don't forget you can join the Discord to be notified when we're live. Or follow me right here on Twitch, which I do appreciate so many of you doing today. But that'll be it for me. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo, everybody.